Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addicts live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican po, he's verbal club.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
All right, good morning. Welcome. Got a little bit of brightness happening in that corner. We're actually going to have some technicians working right there. Fiber's being installed on this live stream. While it happens, I don't care. There's going to be drills going through plaster walls. It's going to be live. I don't care. I'm so excited. I'm so excited that it's happening now. So, yeah, new shirt today. I'm repping a local school. I'm not sure if you can see it. It's maybe if I turn the screen on, you can see that. Let's see. There we go. Somewhere there it is. ECU Pirates. Woo woo! ECU Pirates from Greenville. Love the purple. Saw this one and said I need to have it because it's also a fishing shirt. It's got the little ventilation on the back. It's my favorite style. It's a cool color. I tried to make it match my my TV screen in the background, but the blue lights just didn't work. Let's see, Brandy Churchwell, welcome. Before I do that, Golden Girl, welcome. Welcome, Golden Girl. You were first in chat. Barely beat our internet CEO. And with that, you have won the internet as a punishment, or prize, for your promptness. Congratulations, Golden Girl. You have won before. You know what to do. It's not No Pants Friday today. What? Oh man, I'm continuing the tradition. Let's see, Brandy, welcome. I know you've got an amazing case today. I know you said you're going to catch it on replay. It's funny. I'm catching her live streams on replay, and she's catching mine. We both wish we were watching the other trial sometimes, but it's awesome. Thank you so much, Brandy. Good to have you here. You're amazing. You're going to do a great job today. Hope your case is just absolutely phenomenal, and you get lots of fun memories from it. All right. Quick shout out. The Fiber guys. There are now 4 vehicles that have pulled up. So I have like 5 guys because one of them had 2 people in it, but I've got like 5 guys here, and apparently the fiber drop is not only down the road like 2 houses, but it's also across the street on another telephone pole. So I don't know how they're going to, because none of them have a bucket truck. They have like one ladder between the 5 of them, and they're going to patch in fiber from that little drop point all the way down across over to me and then through this wall, and hopefully by this afternoon's live stream, we will have fiber and we'll be able to be blazing fast. Anyway, that's the goal anyway. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend as well, Golden Girl. I hope you did also. I had a fantastic weekend. Probably the highlight of my weekend. Although I loved the police chase we had on Saturday. If you guys didn't catch that, there was an amazing police chase that ended with a rollover, and the police drove over the vehicle that they pitted. That was a lot of fun. So you have to go watch that if you didn't see that. The highlight was taking my family down to Wilmington, getting on the USS North Carolina, and watching a memorial service on a battleship. My kids got to climb all over the battleship, sit in the gunner positions, move the guns around, and, turn the cranks around the girls. It's an older ship, it's the newer ones don't have necessarily the crank movements, but just had a blast and just got to sit there on that battleship and hear the speeches and hear the 21 gun salute. I posted a little video of that. Just a fantastic Memorial Day. It's an experience we haven't really had an opportunity to have previously because of scheduling and location and everything else. We've always been to like air shows and then seen military, that side, the Air Force side. But being on a Navy vessel like that was just amazing. So hopefully you guys also had some amazing memorial services or memories. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Happy Tuesday morning. Can you tell I'm a little excited? We have video. We have court to watch. We're going to get underway right away. We're not going to
subject matter jurisdiction.
See, has anyone just randomly been unsubscribed from the channel? Just Beth, don't do that. Occasionally YouTube does weird things, so If you unsubscribe, I know the solution. You could just have to subscribe again. Yes, fiber internet is the way of the future. I am so excited. I have an announcement that says, Picky, someone ate my spicy maple pickles, and I had in the ice box in the break room. I'm very salty over it. I would have shared if asked.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
They ate them all and left one small end in it. This morning I went to put my lunch in there. There's a whole new jar was in there with my name on it. I don't know who did it, but that is the way to start a week. Picky. Here's what happened. Someone tried to steal from you. And the goodness of the spicy maple bourbon pickles won them over. But not enough to get them to stop stealing. They've clearly changed their ways, but now they're not only reformed, they've reformed, obviously, because they've made you whole. They've given you a new jar of pickles. But now they're also pickle addicts themselves. So I think this is the best of both worlds. That is funny. It's not funny that they stole them. I mean, the going without pickles when you were expecting pickles is not a good thing. The other thing you could do is open a jar of pickles and add a lot more spice to the next one, and then see who eats it and who who has issues with the heat. All right, let's see. We have a couple things happening. Let me get this first of all. Tish, good to have you with the new courthouse color. I think you already had green. I think this is like your second or third month of green. You're almost done, I think. Your yellow is on the horizon for you, Tish. Thank you very much, by the way.
You're talking about stuff that
I
is
do that.
not relevant.
Leanne Costello, welcome to the gallery as well. A new color on your courthouse as well. Nurse for God gifted a membership first thing this morning. That went to Jamie A. Thank you, Nurse for God. That's amazing. Appreciate that. Let's see. Brandy's starting at 10 today because the judge wants doing warrants this morning. It's like, oh man, I've got warrants. Bum. Warrants sounds like fun. It's just like, go get them, cops. Bring them in. All right, we have a few things. We have a later start today, so I'll get to hang with you for a little bit. Awesome, Brandy. That is awesome. Let's see. Let's see if we're caught up here. Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you for your posts yesterday. Thank you, Tammy. I appreciate that. Good to have you here as well. Yesterday, it was a very impactful experience for me. I had never seen that battleship before. I'd been to Wilmington, believe it or not. I'd been to Wilmington, North Carolina, where that battleship is permanently docked because it's decommissioned, and I'd never seen the ship. I'd been down to the beach, but I had never seen the ship, so that was awesome. Okay, I want to press all the shiny buttons, says Chopper. Me too. Specifically the one that starts the video, that starts what we're watching today. Where are we at?
Alex stole it as well.
Let's do a quick little search here. I want to play off a different device than what I have been before. Okay.
I'm not a cat.
We need day 5 witness testimony from the morning. Hold tight just 1 second. Okay. All right, we're ready to go. Is there anything we need to cover this morning? I know I'm missing something. I skipped roll call. I apologize for that. I was so excited about fiber install. And honestly, I sort of want to get to the video so that I'm not trying to talk over them installing and drilling through my drywall and everything else. It's going to be a little loud. May, your courthouse change colors. That is awesome. Thank you so much for continuing support. Karen Farron, good to have you as well. Good Tuesday morning. Why is it Tuesday after a long weekend harder than Monday after a regular weekend? Oh, I'm sleepy. It's also early in the morning for you, Nicole. That could add to the sleepiness. One of these days, I'll be in front of a laptop or desktop so I can subscribe, says Ann. It'll happen. Let's see, Brandy, did you see my TikTok of your Friday stream? Went viral. I tagged you. I can't wait I need to go watch that. I've stayed off TikTok for a little while. I need to go get updated. Okay, we're good to go. Are you guys ready for court? Is everyone seated? I sort of skipped over a lot of it. I think everyone's seated. I think we're all here. Vicky, good to have you here. Welcome. Baseball Dad, see you there. Riley has fiber. It is amazing. I'm getting 2 gigabit. 2 gigabit. Up and down, symmetrical. And the only reason I'm getting 2 gigabit is because they said I can't get 10 gigabit yet. So I'm waiting for 10 gigabit. Tammy, so honored to be part of this community. Thank you for your month-anniversary message. This is fun. Okay, we have court here. Let me tell you what's happening in court. Okay, we're winding down on the prosecution side, but we are a little bit behind. We have court from Thursday and Friday to catch up on. Friday's a very short day. They went home before lunch, so we've got those 2 days, and then we're going to be picking up with Tuesday probably tomorrow. That's my goal if everything works out right. We might actually pick up with Friday tomorrow because it's so short, but that'll keep everything happy. Janique, welcome, new member as an attorney. Yes, thank you so much. You are amazing, absolutely incredible. Huge supporter of the channel. I definitely appreciate you being here. Thanks for all. Looks like the like button has been thoroughly hammered this morning. The like button is getting hammered, and not in a bad way, in a good way. All right, we're ready. Whoa! Almost ready. Almost ready. There's one. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to be like mid-song, and the technicians are going to come walking in.
Alex stole it as well.
But we're going to do it anyway. So if anybody else has a birthday today, Anne, we're going to celebrate Anne's birthday. Everyone else has to fess up before I start singing or forever hold your peace. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Anne. Happy birthday to you. Well, it went key change. That was weird. Sorry about the last note. I was not expecting that one. All right, I should because I've heard the song over and over. But happy birthday, Anne. Hope you have a great one. We're going to start kicking it off with court here in just a minute. MCAT. Hope you all the Americans enjoyed your long weekends. The rest of us were so bored. I'm sorry. We had the police chase for you, just for you. We had the police chase. Janique gifted a membership as well. Thank you so much, Janique. Whoever, let's see, Daphne Rain. Daphne Rain was gifted a membership, so now they get to enjoy this new session of court from the nice front row. From the front row. Thank you very much, Janique. There we go. All right. We are done with the birthday song. We're ready for court. Everything's set up. Audio's on. Levels are fine. When the fiber internet is installed, we have an even better experience with Recovery Addict. I might just faint. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. Zero buffering. I can take the latency all the way down to like instant. It's going to be, it's like a 1 millisecond ping for those that know what, the time it takes for my signal to get to the internet and back. I'm no longer the weakest link in the internet link. Cashette gifted 5 memberships this morning. Cashette, thank you so much. Amazing on TikTok and here on YouTube as well. Cashette, thank you very, very much. Looks like those went to Jenny G.A., Danny Austin, Ayevemos. I can't say that today for some reason. Ayevemos. I'm going to do it to that one. Ann Schatcher and Chris Carroll. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Cashette. TD says, 1 month. Yes, your courthouse has changed colors. It looks great, TD. Thank you so much. Okay. I've teased you long enough. Let's just do this, shall we? Let's just start court playing. Like that. Okay, here we go.
We are back on the record on 23 CF 170. People versus Timothy Bliefnick, Mr. Bliefnick.
Can everybody hear? Oh, I heard that.
Court here in person along with his counsel, Ms. Casey Schnock. People appear by Assistant State's Attorney Josh Jones and Laura Keck. And then before we get ready to bring in the jury this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, if you're out in the audience, I'm going to admonish you again about cell phones. You're allowed to have the cell phones.
We're getting admonished
in the courthouse. When you are in the courtroom, they must be turned off. They must be put away so they are out of sight. If your cell phone goes off or if security sees you with a cell phone out, they will ask you to leave and you will not be allowed until the next day. That does not apply to the media who is allowed to have
I'm
their
dubbing you all
devices
media.
out and
I'm
use
dubbing you
their
all
devices.
media.
I simply ask that the media have their ID
The idea is the
badges
courthouse next to your
on
name, so you're good.
Security can tell that they are the media, and so they will not hassle you if you are from the media. And with that admonishment, then, are the people ready to bring the jury in?
Katrina,
We are.
I think you're going to be the first person to get to Yellow Courthouse. The first
Yes.
person.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Thank you very much, Miss Priss. Good to have you here 4 months there. We're so close, Katrina. Next month, you're going to have a Yellow Courthouse, and I think you will be the first, one of the first. Like that first day, it's going to happen for you. All right. What did I forget? I forgot something. Juliana Glanfield, welcome to the gallery with the Blue Courthouse. Thank you very much. Appreciate your continued support as well. I'm so excited for this week. I don't know. Maybe it's just because it's a short week. Maybe it's because we had just an amazing experience with the family out yesterday down on the battleship from Memorial Day. Maybe I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because I have to buy a new car because my son wrecked my old one. I don't know, but it's going to be a good week.
The session is recorded, not reconvened. You may be seated.
We have a conference today for sure.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are continuing with the prosecution's case in chief, and Mr. Jones, you have evidence this afternoon.
I do. People would call Brian Dush.
Hang on, the words are going too fast. I want to click on this one for sure. I'm getting my live view this week. I'm getting live view. That is exciting. Lots of good things happening this week.
If you could step to the front of the courtroom, please. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause and opinion before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Have a seat right over here, please.
He looks more like Lurch today than ever before.
Then scoot up to the table and bend the microphone in front of you, and you may inquire. Wait just a second.
Yes, sir.
So this is Timothy Bliefnick, the state of Illinois versus Timothy Bliefnick, murder trial. He's accused of killing his wife, shooting her 14 times. He was in the process of getting a divorce. Apparently, it wasn't fast enough for him.
It's turned on. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell me your name, please?
Brian Dush.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a detective sergeant at the Quincy Police Department.
How long have you been with the Quincy Police Department?
And he's a beard
A little
model.
over 27 years.
Definite beard model.
You said you're a detective sergeant. What does that mean?
I supervise the detectives in criminal investigations unit.
Were you the detective sergeant on this particular case, the Rebecca Bliefnick homicide?
Yes.
In connection with that role, on March 1st of 2023, did you and other officers with the Quincy Police Department receive a search warrant for the defendant's residence?
Yes.
And the address of that residence that was searched was what?
1641 Hampshire Street.
Were photographs taken of that process?
Yes.
If I could approach a witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked People's Exhibits 81 through 113. Are those photographs that were taken in the process of that search?
I heard hamster, but I don't think that's what it was. Who would live on Hamster Street?
Yes.
Gerbil.
Do those photographs accurately show what you observed while you were at the scene and not just observing, but helping with and overseeing that search?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibits 81 through 113, I believe, be introduced into evidence and published to the jury.
Ms. Schnock, Have you had a chance to review those photos?
Yes, Your Honor.
You had a chance to do that pre-trial?
Yes.
And do you have any objection to the admission?
No.
They will be admitted and may be published.
This shirt actually looks more, it's a darker purple in person than it looks on the screen. It looks very vibrant on the screen. Might have to turn down the contrast just, or the saturation just a little bit. Tiffany, congratulations on the new courthouse color. Thank you so much. I might have to step away for a second as we get the tech guys in here and set up. They're going to be working like, they're probably going to unplug my TV. I hope that's not a problem.
The
This live stream
projection
should
maybe you
continue.
need to turn on my tablet. Oh, there we go.
Go forward to the first slide, please. On the screen, we have People's Exhibit 81. Can you tell me, this is a photograph of a garage at the premises at 1641 Hampshire, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And in that photograph, do you see something in the middle of the picture?
It's a little leaky.
Yes.
What is that?
A bicycle.
Specifically, if we could go forward to People's 82, what kind of bicycle is it?
A black, red, and white mongoose bicycle.
Did you notice anything about that bicycle?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you noticed about that bicycle?
The rear tire is flat.
Rear tire is flat. Did you also notice that it has reflectors on both the front and back wheel?
Yes, it does.
Could you go forward to People's 83? People's 83, again, is this a photograph from the garage?
Yes, it is.
And it shows a pair of gloves, is that right?
It does.
Those gloves were seized and taken into evidence?
They were.
They were not tested for gunshot residue, were they?
They were not.
They were not tested for DNA, were they?
They were not.
Can you tell me why, with regard to DNA, they were not tested?
With regard to DNA, just based on the course of the investigation, there were priorities made based on things of probative value, and they were not determined to be of value.
I mean, if the defendant's DNA was on those gloves were in his garage.
That's correct.
And we'll talk about gunshot residue in just a moment. We go forward to 84, please. People's 84, again, in the middle of that photograph on top of the Craftsman toolbox, did you see something?
Yes.
And what is that?
A shoe?
And next to the shoe?
I don't know why they have witnesses. Why doesn't the prosecutor just say everything?
That's another pair of gloves.
And we'll talk about those gloves again in a minute. If we go to 86.
And we'll talk about gunshot residue in a minute. Nobody said anything about gunshot residue.
Garage, is that another pair of gloves?
It is.
Those gloves were seized as well as the gloves that were in People's 85.
Yes, they were.
People's 87. Is this a photograph inside the defendant's house?
Yes, it is.
And in the middle of the photograph is another pair of gloves.
Yes, it is.
And those were seized as well?
Yes, they were.
People's 88. Underneath the defendant's sink, are there a bag of disposable plastic nylon gloves?
Yes.
People's 89. Just another view of those gloves?
Correct.
People's 90. A trash can in the defendant's residence, is that right?
Yes.
And in the trash can, another pair of gloves.
That's correct.
Those gloves were seized as well, correct?
They were.
People's 91. Go back to 90. The gloves that were seized. Again, we've talked about why they weren't tested for DNA testing. All those gloves were found in the defendant's residence, correct?
They were.
Gunshot residue testing. None of them were tested for gunshot residue either, were they?
They were not.
These gloves were seized and found on March 1st, 2023. Is that right?
That's correct.
The murder of Rebecca Bliefnick occurred when?
Her body was located on February 23rd.
Of 2023.
Of 2023.
Can you tell us why, in your training and experience as the detective sergeant for the Quincy Police Department, why those gloves were not tested for gunshot residue?
In all the training that I have had, the window is a firm 6 hours from the time of the firing to have any success for gunshot residue.
After 6 hours, the chances of getting any kind of result are basically nil.
Correct.
Peoples 91. What are these photographs of, Detective?
Multiple Aldi shopping bags.
And those were seized as well, is that right?
Yes.
And those bags in People's Exhibit 91 were seized, and they're in this bag that's marked People's Exhibit 240, is that right?
That's correct.
I'm not going to have you open that here today, but can you look at the front of the bag and confirm that what's in that bag?
Yes.
Those bags were sent to the Illinois State Police for testing and comparisons with other exhibits that had previously been sent as well, is that right?
That's correct.
If you go forward to People's 92. Another view of those bags, is that right?
That's correct.
On one side it says East Toast, and on the other side it says West Toast. The East Toast is on both on every bag, is that right?
Yes.
And the West Toast is on every bag. It's basically the same size on every bag.
Yes.
I'm not sure if that's clear, so I'll try it one more time. On one side of the bag it says East Toast, on the other side it says West Toast.
Yes, that's correct.
93, please. What are we looking at here, Sergeant Durst?
This is a picture of a shelving unit in the basement of the defendant's residence.
On the bottom of that shelving unit, did you find anything?
Yes.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in a general sense here on the bottom of the shelving unit?
These are multiple boxes of various types of firearm ammunition.
People's 94. Again, is that just a close-up view of the various ammunition boxes?
It is.
95. Again, the other side of that same bottom shelving unit showing a close-up view of that ammunition.
Yes.
People's 96. The middle of that shelving unit, again, with those pictures of the ammunition.
Yes.
People's 97. This box in particular that we have in People's, I know it says 976, I believe that should be 97. That particular box, was there something special about that box?
Yes.
Describe for me what is special about that box.
So upon further examination of that box, not only were there boxes of unfired bullets, there were boxes of spent shell casings.
Go forward, please, one slide. People's 98. This Winchester box that we see here, is that what you're talking about, where there were spent shell casings?
Yes.
When you say spent shell casings, what does that mean?
So when a round is fired, the bullet and the shell casing separate, and what is left behind is the shell casing.
Shell casing is then, if it's a semi-automatic, it will be ejected from the weapon, is that right?
Yes.
If it's a revolver, the shell casing stays in the weapon.
Correct.
When you found, you go back, there were multiple shell casings found around Becky Bliefnick's body on February 23rd, 2023.
That's correct.
What caliber were those shell casings?
9mm.
When we say caliber, can you describe what that means to the folks on the jury?
Caliber roughly describes the diameter of the round.
Is there a difference between a 9mm and a 40mm?
Yes.
Or a 9mm handgun and a 357 handgun?
Yes.
That would be the size of the shell casing.
Correct.
In that box, what millimeter of shell casings that were fired did you find?
9mm.
People's 99. What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photograph of the shell casings from one of the boxes laid out to show the different types.
And these are the 27, so I think these are the 54 shell casings that were seized and recovered.
Yes, sir.
And these 54 shell casings were sent to the lab for further testing.
They were.
These 54 shell casings were all 9mm shell casings, is that right?
Yes,
And the shell casings up here are a different caliber.
they are.
What caliber were they?
I believe they were 38 special.
If I could approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 236. Do you know what's in that bag?
Yes, there are 54 9mm shell casings.
That would be the same 54 shell casings that we see here standing on their edge.
Yes, sir.
And if I could approach the witness,
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 235. Is that the Winchester box that we see at the bottom of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And inside that box, we can all hear it rattling around. Are those the other shell casings, the 38 special, or I don't remember what you said those caliber was, but I think it was a 38, is that right?
Yes,
Are those 38 rounds in that box?
they are.
Now, those were not sent to the lab for testing.
Correct.
Can you tell me why those 38 rounds were not sent to the lab for testing?
We only recovered 9mm rounds at the scene, leading us to believe that Becky was shot with a 9mm firearm.
So the rounds that are not 9mm had no relevance to your investigation, fair to
None.
say?
Yes,
The rounds that were 9mm, you sent to the lab so that they could be compared with the rounds, the shell casings that were recovered from the scene.
yes.
All these cases we're talking about are from the defendant's house right now, but they've also recovered some from the scene.
We
So
can go forward to
we'll hear about matching those up later today.
People's Exhibit 100 is just a different view of those same shell casings.
Yes, it is.
And 101? Again, a close-up view of those shell casings.
Yes, it is.
And 102.
Multiple brands there, different colored primers.
People's Exhibit 102 is a photograph taken where, Detective?
That is inside the primary bedroom of the defendant at his residence.
Is there something on the floor in that residence in the middle of the picture?
Yes,
And what is that?
that is a safe.
And is it a particular type of safe?
Yes, it's a safe that finger pressure can be used to open quickly,
What's the purpose of a safe like that?
to be accessed quickly.
Is it referred to sometimes as a gun safe?
In common usage, it's referred to as a gun safe.
And you would have a gun safe in your bedroom to possibly store a gun in, is that right?
Yes,
And a gun safe like that is so that you can have quick access if in the middle of the night there's a prowler or an intruder, you can get that gun, right?
yes,
People's 103. Again, is that the same gun safe that we're talking about?
yes, it is.
And people, did you in fact open that gun safe?
Yes,
When you
Looks like
opened
a
that
pair of
gun
underwear.
safe, was there anything in that gun safe in the defendant's bedroom?
nothing at all.
People's 104. Gun safe was empty.
Yes, it is.
Was there any handgun in the defendant's bedroom?
No,
People's 105. Was there evidence of gun ownership or something relating to a gun, though, in the bedroom?
yes.
Can you describe that for me?
So there was a case located next to the safe that upon opening had multiple holsters in it.
Specifically in People's 106, is that one of the holsters?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe that holster for me?
That is a holster that's made of it's molded for a particular type of firearm. It's either made of leather or faux leather.
I can approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 234. Is that the physical piece of evidence that we see on the screen in front of us?
Yes, it is.
In the course of searching the defendant's house, and we'll see some other pictures later, did you find handguns in a different location?
Yes.
Did any of the handguns that you find match that holster?
No.
People's 107? People's 107 is the backside of that holster. Does it show basically a belt clip where you would clip that holster on your belt?
Yes.
People's 108? People's 108 is a photograph of the downstairs at 1641 Hampshire, is that fair?
Yes.
And did you see something in the middle of this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a large safe commonly used to store firearms.
Gun safe?
Yes.
People's 109? Again, just a different view of that gun safe.
Yes, sir.
People's 110? You open that gun safe?
Yes.
When you open that gun safe, is this what you saw?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe what we're seeing here?
So we're seeing the inside of this gun safe. There are multiple firearms accessories, some ammunition.
Are there handguns in this gun safe?
Yes.
Can you describe what handguns were in this gun safe?
So there is a revolver sitting on the shelf, exposed. There
This
are,
top shelf?
yeah, the next one down. They're in the shelf below that, in the black canvas or cloth pouch. There was a handgun located, also in that pouch.
Before you executed the search warrant, in the process of executing the search warrant, did you conduct a gun purchase check on both Rebecca Bliefnick and the defendant?
Yes.
And when that gun purchase check was done, were there certain handguns that had been purchased by Ms. Bliefnick?
Yes. I don't believe that search was done before the execution of the search warrant.
I apologize. Let me rephrase. Then after it was done, did you do that?
Yes.
And did you find that Ms. Bliefnick had purchased a handgun?
Yes.
And what kind of handgun was that?
CZ75B 9mm.
At any point when you were in the defendant's residence at 1641 Hampshire, did you find a CZ75B 9mm handgun?
No.
You said that there was a history for the defendant as well with regard to a 9mm handgun.
Yes.
What kind of handgun was that?
There were two 9mm handguns, one being a Ruger LC9 9mm and one being a Ruger SR9 9mm.
And in the course of executing the search warrant, did you find one of those handguns?
Yes.
What handgun was that?
The Ruger LC9.
And that was seized and taken to evidence?
It was.
And sent for testing?
It was.
The other handgun that you mentioned, what was that? I'm sorry?
A Ruger SR9 9mm.
Was that found anywhere in the defendant's residence?
No.
People's 110, 111? You said that you found one handgun, the Ruger, I apologize, I'm not good with the numbers. What was that, Ruger?
That is a Ruger LC9 9mm.
That was found downstairs in the gun safe in his living room.
Yes.
Well, or downstairs at least.
Yes, downstairs.
People's 112, please. I want to move back down to the basement then. In the basement, was there something else recovered besides what we've talked about so far?
Yes.
And what do we see here at the top on this top shelf that related to your investigation?
That is a crowbar or pry bar.
Was that crowbar on the top shelf recovered?
Yes, it was.
Now on this shelf, do you see any other tools?
No.
On the shelf below it, are there any other tools?
No.
And on the shelf below it, looks like there's a suitcase and some plastic things, but no tools there either.
None that I'm aware of.
That crowbar that's shown in People's Exhibit 112. If I can approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 237. Ask you if you recognize that.
Yes,
That's the same crowbar that we see in People's 112,
it is.
and that was sent to the crime lab for further testing as well.
It was.
People's 113. Close up of where that pry bar was in People's 113, is that right?
Yes.
People's 114? Okay.
Finally get to see the witness again, briefly.
Sergeant, in connection with the investigation, did you also receive a computer download of or a hard drive with the contents of the defendant's computer?
Yes,
And did you search or go through part of that?
I did.
You had other detectives go through other parts,
Yes,
but there was a portion that you went through yourself.
yes,
And when you did that, did you find some photographs that you thought to be relevant to your training and experience?
yes.
Let's talk then about your training and experience in this particular area. Are you, or do you have specialized training in the area of firearm instructing and firearm recognition?
Yes, I'm a certified firearms instructor and a certified Glock armorer.
As both the certified firearms instructor and certified Glock armorer, have you seen or familiar with the CZ75 firearm?
I am.
Yeah, you can show it, yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Can you tell me, you got those photographs from the download of the defendant's computer that was provided to the Quincy Police by the Illinois State Police?
Yes,
There was a hard drive. You examined part of the contents of that hard drive, been previously introduced into evidence, and found those photographs.
I did.
Your Honor, we would ask that those photographs be introduced into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
Yes.
Okay, the objection,
Your Honor, I believe that these photos are overly prejudicial to Mr. Bliefnick and have no probative value.
you wish to be heard, Mr. Jones?
I do. I can do that here, or if the court wants to do it off the record.
The court's going to overrule the objection.
Did her pen just explode?
Those will be admitted.
How can it be overly
14 and 15
prejudicial
will be
and
admitted over objection
no probative value?
and may be published.
In People's Exhibit 14 that was found on the defendant's computer, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, we're looking at a photograph of the defendant.
And what's he doing?
He is holding a Ruger Mini 14 rifle.
When you executed the search warrant in the defendant's home, did you find that Ruger 14?
Yes, it was in the gun safe, the large gun safe downstairs. Yes.
Also, do you notice the color of the ear protection that he's wearing?
Yes,
It's yellow, is that right?
it is.
He's also wearing blue jeans, tan boots, and a gray cap, fair to say?
Yes,
If we could go forward to People's 115. The individual in this picture is turned to the side. You cannot see his face. Is that fair to say?
that's fair.
He is wearing, however, the bright yellow ear protection.
Yes,
Correct? He's wearing a gray ski cap,
yes,
blue jeans,
yes,
and the tan boots.
that's correct.
He's also wearing a black sweatshirt that we previously saw that was on the defendant in the previous photo. Fair to say?
Yes.
What's that person doing in this photograph?
Holding a black handgun.
In your training experience, do you recognize that brand and model of handgun?
I do.
What is that handgun that he's holding in this photograph?
That is a CZ75.
I want to be fair. Those photographs did not have any dates attached to them, and you do not know when they were taken.
I don't.
And you do not know where they were taken.
I don't.
Finally, I want to talk to you about the crime scene at the Kentucky Road Avenue. You were there at that crime scene?
I was.
When you arrived at the crime scene, the victim, Becky Bliefnick's body was still there, is that right?
Yes.
When you arrived at the crime scene, did you notice anything on and around her body?
Yes.
Can you tell me what you noticed on and around her body relevant to your investigation?
There were multiple pieces of what appeared to be roughly shredded plastic.
In connection with the investigation, did officers do a test?
Yes.
And was that test involving a 9mm handgun and plastic Aldi bags?
It was.
Specifically, did you use the same brand of Aldi plastic bags that we saw in the photograph that were in the defendant's home?
Yes.
Can you describe for me the test that was used? Or basically, did an officer put a gun inside the bag or inside a couple bags and fire multiple rounds?
Yes.
As a result of that, were there multiple pieces of finely shredded plastic on the ground after the officer did that?
Yes.
Did you compare the two? I see them both. Did they seem similar?
They did seem similar.
So the plastic, after the officer fired the 9mm handgun through the Aldi's bag, was similar to what you observed at the crime scene surrounding the body of Becky Bliefnick.
It was.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. I would ask that all the exhibits, People's Exhibits 81 through 113, Exhibits 234 and 235, 236 and 237, Exhibits 240 and Exhibit 114 and 115 all be introduced and admitted and received into evidence.
81 through 113 was already admitted. People's Exhibit 240 was the Aldi bags. Any objection to 240, Ms. Schnock?
No.
Will be admitted. People's Exhibit 236 is the 9mm casings. Any objection to 236?
No.
It will be admitted. 235 is the Winchester box. Any objection to that?
No.
That will be admitted. 234 is the gun holster. Any objection to that?
No.
That will be admitted. And then 237 is the crowbar. Any objection to that?
No.
That will be admitted. And then we admitted 114 and 115 over objection. And then, Mr. Jones, did I get all of the exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then, Ms. Schnock, cross?
Yes. Sergeant, I have some questions for you, so bear with me as we get through this, okay? The photos that you have testified to this afternoon, this is not a comprehensive collection of all of the photographs that were taken at Tim's house on March 1st, correct?
It is not.
There were hundreds of photos that were taken that day, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a recorded walkthrough done at his house, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I want to first start talking about the gloves. You mentioned when you were speaking about the gloves that they were not tested for gunshot residue because there's a 6-hour window, correct?
Yeah, based on all the training I've had, is that after 6 hours, there is an extremely negligible chance of recovering any gunshot residue.
But a chance nonetheless, correct?
It's negligible.
But a chance.
I have not received any training that would suggest that that it can happen over 6 hours, ma'am.
And is that, does that include dissipating off of surfaces such as a piece of cloth like a glove or a tool?
All surfaces, yes.
Okay, so it dissipates, it just goes away?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. As far as the gun safe in Tim's bedroom is concerned, the first time that you saw that gun safe was that day, correct?
Yes.
And so you have no knowledge as to when, if ever, that safe would have contained a gun, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't have any information on the last time that it was opened or that it was ever opened by Tim, correct?
No.
Okay. And as far as the big gun safe is concerned that was found on the main floor of Tim's house, how was that safe accessed?
With a key.
Okay, and who provided that key to you?
The defendant.
Okay, and that was during the execution of the search warrant at 20th and Hampshire, I believe?
I don't know exactly when he provided it or who he provided it to. I just know that it was provided that day on March 1st.
Okay, and during the course of your investigation, did you ever come across any reports of either Tim or Becky reporting a stolen gun?
Objection, Your Honor, it's a compound question.
Okay.
During the course of your investigation, did you ever find any reports of a stolen gun?
I'm going to approach you.
I'm going to ask you to rephrase that question. Please ask that question with each person that you are inquiring, and please limit that to a reasonable time within the alleged incident.
Okay.
You said ever, you said both of them in your original question.
All right. I will rephrase my question. During the course of your investigation, did you look to see if Tim ever reported a gun missing or stolen?
Yes.
And did you find such a report?
Yes.
And during the course of your investigation, did you ever check to see if Becky reported a missing or stolen gun?
Yes.
And did she?
Yes.
Thank you. As far as these pictures of Tim are concerned, you don't know if these were taken 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You can't tell us at all when those were taken, correct?
The only way that I could narrow that down is I do have a purchase date for the CZ75.
Okay, but as far as anything else is concerned, you can't tell us when those pictures were taken?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you can't tell us where those were taken, correct?
I don't know.
And you can't tell us what was taking place when those pictures were taken, correct?
Oh, other than the firing of firearms, no.
Okay, and you don't know if this was a photo that was taken before Tim and Becky separated or after, correct?
I don't.
Okay. There were other items that were collected during the course of the investigation that you have not mentioned with your questioning of Mr. Jones, correct? There were several other items of evidence that were collected. For example, there were pieces of broken plastic that were found in his driveway that was collected, correct?
Yes.
Were those pieces of plastic sent out for any sort of testing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. There were also several pairs of shoes that were collected from Tim's house, correct?
That's correct.
And one pair was sent to the crime lab for testing, correct?
Yes.
And there were also pieces of broken glass that were found in a trash can that were collected at Tim's house, correct?
Yes.
Were those pieces of plastic sent off for testing?
No.
Okay. There was also a melted down silver substance that was found at Tim's house, correct?
Yes, in the garage.
Okay, and there was nothing significant, or was that sent out for testing?
It was not.
Okay. And were there also several blink cameras that were taken from inside of his residence?
Yes.
And were those analyzed or sent out to be analyzed?
Not by me.
Okay. There were also several phones and laptops and tablets that were taken, correct?
Yes.
as well as I think 2 Xbox towers.
Yes.
And were all of those collected and sent out for testing and analysis?
They were all collected. I don't know the answer on whether every single piece was sent for analysis.
And as far as the gloves that were collected are concerned, there were several different types of gloves found at Tim's house, correct?
Yes.
There were work gloves, there were winter gloves, there were plastic or latex gloves, maybe other kinds of gloves, correct?
Yes.
And none of those were sent out for testing, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Just a couple questions. With regard to the upstairs gun safe, how did you get access into the upstairs gun safe, the one that was in the defendant's bedroom?
We were provided a key by the defendant.
With regard to the questions that Ms. Schnock asked about the report of the stolen gun, and specifically the CZ75, who was that reported stolen by?
Rebecca Bliefnick.
And was the defendant approached about that CZ75?
He was.
Was he asked where that CZ75 was?
He was.
And did he say that he didn't know where it was and he hadn't seen it in a year?
Yes.
And would that have been in, I believe the date of that was in 2021, is that right?
Yes, I don't know the exact date of the report, but I believe it was in 2021.
And after the defendant said he didn't know where it was, that's when Becky reported the gun stolen?
Yes.
Becky told in the report that she didn't know that it was stolen, she just didn't know where it was and wanted it reported stolen at that point.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Ms. Stock?
No further questions. Nope.
No? All right. If you could hand those exhibits to the bailiff, and you may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now stand up and stretch. All right, please be seated.
Yeah, we're on those.
Mr. Jones, call your next witness.
People would call Patrick Hollensteiner.
You'll step to the front of the courtroom.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause and opinion before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Have a seat right over here. Scoot up to where you're comfortable and bend the microphone in front of you. Mr. Jones, you may inquire.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Patrick Hollensteiner.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hollensteiner?
I'm a police officer with the city of Quincy.
How long have you done that?
With the city, 6 years. I've been a cop for a total of 10 years.
Officer Hollensteiner, in February of 2023, did you play a role in the investigation of the homicide of Rebecca Bliefnick?
Yes, I did.
And I want to talk first then about a search that you did for a particular item.
Okay.
In the course of your role in this investigation, was there something that you were tasked to look for to start looking for?
Bicycle.
And was that because there had been video of an individual on a bicycle?
Yes, sir.
Did you start that process of looking?
I did.
And were you able to, in fact, find a bicycle in a particular location?
Yes, I was.
Let's talk first about that bicycle, and I'll show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit, actually 16 and 17.
116.
116 and 117. Tell me when you've had a chance to look at those.
I've looked at them.
Do those show maps of a particular area of Quincy, Illinois?
Yes.
And do they also show particular locations of interest? In one of the maps, does it show the defendant's residence?
Yes, it does.
Does that map also show the location of where you found the bicycle you were talking about?
Yes, it does.
In the second map, does it show the defendant's residence?
Yes, it does.
The location of the bicycle?
Yes, it does.
And the crime scene at 25 or on Kentucky Road?
The second one shows the area of the bus barn video.
I apologize. The bus barn, is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's 116 and 117 be admitted in evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Stein?
No.
They will be admitted, and you may publish them.
On the screen now, if you could help us orientate ourselves on this map, on the bottom is Hampshire Street, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this street that's running north-south is 18th Street.
Yes, sir.
So on this map, north would be towards the top of the screen, south would be towards the bottom, west towards the left, and east towards the right.
Yes, sir.
In the red box here, is that the defendant's residence?
Yes, it is.
And where this blue dot is, can you tell me what you found in that location?
I found a blue Schwinn Sidewinder bicycle.
That location is approximately half a block or less from the defendant's residence, fair to say?
That's correct.
Ms. Keck, if we could go forward to the next slide. And again, in this slide, again, to orientate, north would be to the top, south would be to the bottom, west to the left, and right to the east.
Correct.
Around the red box, or inside the red box, is the defendant's residence.
Correct.
Where the blue dot is where you found that blue bicycle.
Yes, sir.
And 20th Street, the bus barn, the Quincy bus barn.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 118 through 122. Can you look through those and tell me when you've had a chance to look at them?
I've looked at them.
Are those photographs of the location and the bike that you found?
Yes, it is.
And what was the date that you found that bike? I apologize.
February 27th.
Of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Do those photographs show what you saw on February 27, 2023?
Yes, sir.
We'd ask that those exhibits 118 through 122, be admitted and leave to publish.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
118 through 122 will be admitted and may be published.
What are we looking at here, officer?
That is a garage that is in just east of 18th Street, west of 20th Street, and in between Vermont and Hampshire Street.
This garage is where that blue dot was, fair to say.
Yes, sir.
And in the middle left side of the photograph, do you see something?
In this picture, I see a bike tire.
Is that the bike that you found?
Yes, it is.
If we could go forward to 119.
For the record, that was 118. That was photograph 118. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Exhibit 119 is on the screen now. Officer, is this basically a view from where that tire was facing the opposite direction?
Yes, it was.
So this street out here would be 18th Street,
Yes, sir.
and this alley is the alley that runs between the blocks.
So I believe that might actually be a driveway because the alley and the driveway are a little bit offset.
If we could go forward to 120. This is, I'm sorry. So the photograph that we saw there is going down, I'm sorry, you're right, yeah, it's a driveway, this driveway here.
Yes, sir.
And then the alley is right here from 18th Street.
Correct.
Thank you. We can go back to the next slide and then forward to 120. Again, just a close-up as you're approaching that bike.
Yes, sir.
And 121, please. Again, close-up of the tire wheel that you saw.
Yes, sir.
And 122. Is this the bike that you found?
Yes, it is.
Officer, did you notice anything about the wheels, both wheels on this bike?
They appeared to have air in them.
Did you notice anything that they don't have?
Reflectors.
I think we're done with the those exhibits for just a moment. Oh, sorry. Did that bike appear to be rusted in any way when you found it?
No.
Did it appear to have any damage from sitting there for a long time?
No.
Were the weeds growing over it or through the wheels or the spokes?
No.
Was there anything that indicated that it had been there for a long period of time?
No.
Did it appear to you that it had been placed there relatively recently?
Yes.
If we could turn the lights back on for just a moment, we do have another couple exhibits with them.
Aziz, lights.
Was there another role that you fulfilled in this investigation, specifically with regard to the search for video surveillance?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I was assigned to conduct a neighborhood canvass and try to talk to neighbors, look for video surveillance in the area.
So how do you do that? You just go door to door and knock on people's doors and say, hey, do you have video?
That's exactly what I did, yes.
And when you did that, when you went door to door, tell me the area that you were focusing on, going door to door, knocking and asking if they had video.
At first, I started with every house in the Kentucky Road neighborhood subdivision. I'd knock on the door. If they had video footage or had video cameras, I would attempt to see if they had any video footage of the incident or around the time frame. If they did, I would get it and download it at the Quincy Police Department.
Well, let's talk about Kentucky Road first. Outside of Taylor Hyman, was there any success at getting any ring or camera footage on the Kentucky Road area?
Not that I recall.
And do you remember when you were talking to the people, was it basically they either didn't have video or the sensitivity was set up that it wouldn't pick up to the road?
Correct. A lot of them didn't have the sensitivity. I remember one house that was across the street that had cameras, but they weren't activated.
Did you search other areas as well?
I
for
did.
Video?
I did.
Tell me about that. Where else did you search?
I continued to the east. I believe it was York Street, all the way to 20th Street. On the night of the 27th, I know that I made contact with the Napides on 20th Street, and they were unsure if they had video surveillance. They had I believe it's through United Systems that managed their surveillance video, and they would get a hold of them, and that subject ended up getting a hold of me the next day.
And you got video from that location?
Correct.
Were you successful at any other location, used particularly? We've already heard testimony about video from the Quincy bus barn, but any other location were you successful at getting video surveillance from any of the nights in question?
No.
And again, was that because they didn't either have cameras, or if they had cameras, it didn't record, or if it did record, the sensitivity was not
Right.
set up to go to the street?
Commonly, what I ran into was sensitivity issues with the camera and how far they had set their camera limits to record from.
Was there one other thing that you did at the crime scene a few days after the crime occurred?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe that for me, what you did?
I was asked by Sergeant Dush and Detective Nick Eddy to essentially climb the side of the victim's home to videotape it.
And was that in fact done?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's 123. Officer, is that in fact a video of what you did of climbing up the side of the residence on Kentucky Road and onto the roof, basically?
Yes.
Did that video accurately record what you did?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask
I
that
wanna
that
watch this.
exhibit 123 be entered into evidence and leave to play it for the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
It will be admitted, and you may publish that or play it for the jury.
Okay, here we go. This is a video of a police officer trying to recreate what they think the defendant did. Reenactment of climb. We need theme music on this. Man, had I known. Think Mission Impossible going on right here. There was a brief cut. He probably fell, and they had to retake. Standing on the trellis. He's going to make the leap. There he goes. Ooh, leap of faith. Made it to the first level. And now, cameraman switches, climbs up. How many times did he have to do this to get this? The editing on here is impeccable. It's almost like you're watching a Jason Bourne movie. He goes over to the window. Does he have the crowbar in his pocket or his pants? That's what I want to know. He needs the gun and the crowbar in his pants for this to actually be a recreation. I'm a little disappointed. I was expecting more from this. Major parkour.
Officer Hollensteiner, a couple times in that climb when you first started it, it looked like you struggled a little bit. Could you describe that climb for me? How was that?
I mean, it was a challenging climb.
I'd rate it a 4 out of 5.
I would say that you have to be somewhat athletic to utilize that, and obviously I had a height advantage, and I think that somebody that would be physically fit would be able to do that.
How tall are you?
6'4", 6'4.5".
Are you aware of how tall the defendant is?
He's 6'2", according to his Illinois driver's license.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. I think all the exhibits have been admitted.
I believe they have been. Ms. Schnock, cross-examination.
Thank you. I just have some questions for you, so bear with me, okay, sir?
Okay.
The bike that you found, that was on February 27th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that would have been 4 days after Becky's death?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as that bike is concerned, you don't know how long that bike had been laying there, correct?
No,
And you don't know how that bike got there, correct?
I don't.
And you don't have, I'll strike that. As far as how long have you worked with QPD?
6 years, roughly.
Okay, and is it common for QPD to come across or have reports of abandoned or lost bicycles in the area?
It happens, yes.
Okay, so it's not unusual to come across an abandoned bike in the middle of town, is that fair?
I'd say that's fair.
Okay. Is the closest you found that bike to Tim's house at that garage around 18th Street, or just off of 18th Street?
Correct. What was shown in the pictures is where I found it. I never saw it any closer.
Okay, and did you see that bike any closer to Becky's house than 20th Street? Or a bike closer to 20th Street than to Becky's?
No, that's the only bike I found.
Okay. Was any part of that bike dismantled and sent off for testing?
I don't know exactly what they did with it. I recovered it, transported it to the police department. It was turned over to Detective Eddie.
Okay, and that was your extent of your involvement in that, correct?
Correct.
As far as your door-to-door work is concerned, how many houses did you go to in the Kentucky Road area looking for viable surveillance video?
That day, I believe I touched on just about all of them. There might have been 2 that I didn't go to. I remember, I think Amy Schmiedes Camp was one of them that I wasn't able to make contact with.
All right, and approximately how many houses are in that neighborhood? Is it a small neighborhood, or is it?
I'd say it's a bigger size neighborhood, maybe 40 houses.
Okay, and other than Taylor Hyman, you were unable to recover any viable surveillance from Kentucky Road, correct?
Correct.
And how long did it take you to go door to door in the Kentucky Road neighborhood?
Approximately 4 hours, maybe.
Okay. And during your investigation, did you ask those neighbors if they heard anything unusual the night Becky died?
The ones that I did make contact, I did ask them.
Okay. And did you ask any of those individuals if they saw anything unusual that night as well?
Most of the people advised that they did not hear or see anything.
Okay. And so the neighbors in the Kentucky Road neighborhood weren't particularly helpful to the investigation, correct?
With the exception of Mr. Hyman, that was, yeah, I would agree.
Okay. And after you canvassed the Kentucky Road neighborhood, where did you take your door-to-door canvassing from there?
It'd be the subdivision to the east of Chaddock, so it was at York Street.
Okay. And how many houses did you go door to door on York Street?
Roughly 20 to 30, maybe.
Okay. And how many hours did you spend going door to door on York Street?
Probably 2 to 3 hours.
Okay. And with respect to the people that you made contact with on York Street, were you able to find any viable surveillance video from York Street?
No, ma'am.
And did any of those individuals that you made contact with on York Street report to you anything unusual or out of the ordinary on the evening and early morning hours of February 22nd to 23rd?
No, ma'am.
And after you canvassed York Street, where did you take your door-to-door search?
I believe around that time I had learned about the video surveillance on the bus barn.
Okay. And there was some video taken from the bus barn, correct?
Correct.
And the bus barn is located at 20th and Hampshire, correct?
Correct.
And after you came across the surveillance on from the bus barn, is that 20th Street?
Yes.
Where else did you take your search?
I went all the way I checked every house on the corner of 20th and Hampshire, 20th and Vermont. I went 20th Street west all the way down Hampshire Street to 18th Street. I went 20th and Vermont all the way down to 18th and Vermont. I checked the houses on the corner of 18th and Vermont.
And in that route of going door to door, how many doors do you think you knocked on and doorbells you rang looking for viable surveillance video?
20 maybe, 25.
All right. And how many hours did you spend on that particular portion of your search?
Maybe 2 hours.
Okay. And was there anything viable that came out of that search?
No.
Okay. And did any of those individuals that you made contact with report anything unusual or out of the ordinary?
No, they did not.
Did any of those individuals report seeing Tim on a bicycle?
No.
And did any of those individuals report seeing Tim on foot?
No.
At 2 a.m.
And is that where your door-to-door search for surveillance would have ended?
Yes, because at that point I would have found the bicycle once I went through the alley.
Okay. Did you check any intersections between Tim's house at 1641 Hampshire and Becky's house on Kentucky Road to see if any intersections had viable video?
Are you referring to like on a stoplight or something?
Like at 18th and Main Street or something like that?
I don't believe I looked up at any traffic cameras or anything.
Okay, so no traffic cameras were looked at?
No.
Did you check to see if any other businesses in or around the area of Becky's house had viable surveillance video?
If there was a business, we knocked on it.
What businesses did you knock on?
I know we probably would have checked the 24th and State Airco gas station that sits on the corner.
All right, and did 24th and State have any viable video for you?
Not that I recall.
Did you check any businesses around the area of Tim's house at 1641 Hampshire?
We had went, not on Hampshire, I had went on Vermont Street, just west of 18th, I believe.
Okay, and what businesses did you check with on Vermont Street?
I'm sorry, I must not have heard the question. You said businesses, I checked houses.
Okay.
Just west of 18th. I didn't check any businesses.
You did not check any businesses west of 18th Street, correct?
No.
And how far north did your search go?
Vermont.
And how far south did your search go?
Be Grove, I believe.
Okay, and then how far west did your search go?
Just a couple houses shy of 18th.
Okay, and how far east did your search go?
The east subdivision of Kentucky Road.
And in all of that, you found the bicycle that you've referred to, correct?
Correct.
And you came across 2 or 3 pieces of viable surveillance video?
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge?
Redirect.
Just to be clear, 2 or 3 locations, Taylor Hyman, 24th Street, and the Quincy Bus Barn.
Correct.
Multiple videos from each of those locations.
Correct.
And that's what your search was. Other officers were searching other areas, fair to say?
Correct.
And other officers were in charge of searching for traffic cameras.
Correct.
Not like you're the only one who was searching for video.
That's correct.
Lots of people were doing that.
That's correct.
That's all the questions I have.
You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Distilled Illusion.
They will give it to
the benefits of being a member are having your name in green, a whole host of emojis, the seat command, a courthouse by your name. But generally, I want this channel to be open for everybody.
Real quick.
And everyone basically can participate, even if they're not a member. That's why anyone's message gets read. You don't need to do a super chat to participate. You don't have to be a member to participate. You do have to be a subscriber to chat, but that's free. That's all I ask. I want to keep it open to everybody. So it is a virtual group. You have my undying thanks and appreciation for supporting the channel, but it's not necessary. You're welcome to be here and not be a member. I would recommend that you at least turn the accept gifts option on. So if someone gifts a membership, you could receive it.
Call Mike Blazing to the stand.
He actually ripped the window apart, pretty much destroyed it, prying it off the hinges. Broke the window, turned the crank, ripped it off a little bit, broke it, then came through. They're going to get to more evidence, a lot of circumstantial evidence, specifically talking about electronic tracking that really makes the defendant look very suspicious, especially when we talk about some of the video camera that did catch a bike without reflectors riding on the path on the different dates.
Sir, if you'll step up to the front of the courtroom,
towards
please.
the defendant's or the victim's house, and how every one of those coincides with the times that his tracker,
Then,
which he wore
raise your
24/7,
right hand,
was taken
please,
off.
and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Now, if you'd come around here and have a seat right here in this chair. Then kind of scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable, all right?
All righty.
And then
We're seeing the defense table because the prosecutor stands right in front of the witness, and we can't see. All we see is his back.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Michael Blazing.
Mr. Blazing, do you live here in Quincy?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived in Quincy?
All my life.
Mr. Blazing, do you have a social media Facebook page?
I do.
And do you sometimes sell items on, I think it's called Facebook Marketplace, is that right?
Yes.
Going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 144, 145, and 146.
Yes.
Can you take a look at those? Tell me when you've had a chance to look at those.
So this might be the guy who sold the bike to the defendant. I think that's what testimony they're going to try to elicit here.
Are those photographs of your Facebook page and certain items, or a particular item that you sold on Facebook Marketplace?
They are.
Do they accurately show your Facebook page and those items?
They do.
Your Honor, we'd ask that those exhibits 144 through 146 be admitted in evidence and ask leave of court to publish to the jury.
An objection?
No.
144, 145, and 146 will be admitted, and you may publish them.
What's it going to be? Is it the bicycle?
This is exhibit 144 on the screen. Mr. Blazing, is that your name?
Yes.
And is that your picture?
That is.
Your Facebook page?
Yes.
And you use that to sell items from time to time on
I see a bike.
Marketplace?
I do.
The bottom of the page, it says Mike's Listings. Are these all things that you sold at one point?
Yes.
And specifically, there's listed as sold men's bike, his and her 26-inch Schwinn. Is that right?
Yes.
You can go forward to
JD, the
145.
judge will not let us live stream same day.
And exhibit 145, is this the bike
Judge's orders.
that you sold?
It is.
And you would have sold that bike in October or so of 2022, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
This Schwinn bike, do you notice anything about the wheel specifically that it doesn't have?
No.
Are there any reflectors on either the front or back wheel?
No.
And the bike is a blue color, is that right?
Correct.
This offense
And again, just so we're clear, if you can go to 146, you sold that bike.
I did.
When you sold that bike in October of 2022, did that person pay in cash or with a check?
With cash.
Do you remember if that person was a man or a woman?
He was a man.
Do you remember if that man was white, black, Asian, Hispanic?
It was a white man.
Do you remember if that man was taller or shorter?
Tall, I'd say.
You're pretty tall. You're 6'6", 6'7"?
Yeah.
That person, was he as tall as you, a little shorter than you?
He's just a little shorter than me.
Fair enough. And as far as that person's, I guess I'll just say size, was fat, skinny, what?
Slender.
Slender?
Yeah.
Athletic, though.
Athletic, yeah, exactly.
Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Is it fair to say you don't remember anything else about that person?
That's about all I do remember.
And if I asked you if you saw that, if you would even recognize that person again, you couldn't answer.
Unfortunately, I couldn't know.
You can't say, to be fair, you can't say that that person is the defendant or isn't the defendant. Whether or not it is or isn't, you don't know.
I do not.
You don't remember what he was driving.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Cross, Ms. Schnock?
Sir, I just have one question for you. I just want to make sure I'm understanding your testimony correctly. Sometime last fall, you sold a blue bike to a man.
Yes.
No
No
further
other
questions.
questions.
Boom.
And further, Mr. Jones?
No, Your Honor.
So you're here testifying that you sold a bike last year to a man? Yep. Yep. Blazing is a great last name.
People would call Zach Bemis to the stand.
Great question, KR. Is there a record of Facebook Marketplace interactions? We'll see if we get that. whispering right in front of the microphone.
If you'll step up to the front of the courtroom, please.
I use Facebook as well.
Raise
It's
your
great
right
to
hand
stay
and be
connected.
sworn.
We have the Recovery
Do
Addict
solemnly swear that the
group as well over
testimony
there.
you give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Come around here and have a seat right here.
The testimony was not very damning of the defendant. It's just that this guy sold a bike once that was blue.
Scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and bend the microphone in front of you, and you may inquire.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Zach Bemis,
What do you do for a living?
Quincy Police Department detective.
How long have you worked for the Quincy Police Department?
Approximately 7.5 years.
Detective Bemis, I want to talk to you about some things that you did with regard to the investigation into the homicide of Rebecca or Becky Bliefnick, okay?
Yes.
Let's talk about first a bike ride that you did. In March of 2023, were you asked by your superiors and other detectives to, I guess I'll just say it, you're asked to ride a bike?
Yes.
Where
No,
was that
no
bike
more
ride
car
gonna
for
start?
you. You're on bike duty.
20th and Hampshire Street
Where were
here
you
in
riding
Quincy. Riding to the 2500 block of Kentucky Road.
Basically running from just before or just north of the Quincy bus barn to the location of the crime scene.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Please tell me
What
they
kind
filmed
of
this.
bike did you use to do that ride?
It was a Schwinn Sidewinder bicycle.
Is it the same type of bike that Patrick Hollensteiner found in February of 2023?
Yes.
What time of night did you conduct that bike ride?
Approximately 10 p.m.
That bike that you used, were there any substantive differences between that and the bike that Patrick Hollensteiner found? Substantive, anything that would make that bike faster or slower than the bike that you found?
No.
Were there some cosmetic differences?
Yes.
And specifically, did the bike that you have reflectors on the wheels?
Yes.
And was there a video of that from the Quincy bus barn as well?
Yes.
When you rode from just north of the Quincy bus barn to the location of the victim's house, what route did you take?
Went south on 20th Street from Hampshire to Prairie Avenue, then east on Prairie Avenue to East Avenue, east on East Avenue to York Street, east on York Street to 24th Street, south on 24th Street to Kentucky Road, and east on Kentucky Road to the 2500 block.
Making that ride from that location to the crime scene took you approximately how long?
Just under 5 minutes.
Closer to 4 minutes? Between 4 and 5, I think at one point the time was 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Is that right?
Yes, I believe it's 4 minutes, 54 seconds.
Sorry, 4 minutes.
For the first
54
ride.
seconds. Did you do a second ride from the Quincy bus barn to that same location?
Yes.
And was that second ride faster?
Yes.
And how long did that second ride take?
It was 4 minutes and 22 seconds, approximately.
Riding from the Quincy, from that crime scene location back to the Quincy bus barn to just north of the Quincy bus barn took you approximately how long?
1 minute, 29 seconds from 23rd and York.
And then the second time?
2 minutes and 47 seconds.
I want to be clear, the first time you made the ride, it took you 1 minute and 20-some seconds, but you didn't actually start the timer until you were a little bit further down the road.
Correct.
And that's because of just operator error, fair to say.
We're watching
Correct.
day 5
And
of
the
trial.
second time it took how long?
2 minutes and 47 seconds.
Going from the bus barn to the location of the crime scene, that's slightly uphill.
Yes.
And going from the crime scene to the bus barn is slightly downhill.
Yes.
And is that why it was easier or faster to go back than it was to get there?
Yes.
You also were involved in what we'll call a trash pull, is that right?
Yes.
And was that at the residence of the defendant, 1641 Hampshire?
Yes.
Can you tell us basically what a trash pull is?
We basically get in contact with Central Services. I coordinated with them, rode on the back of a trash truck in their uniform to the location that we're going to obtain trash from. I obtained 3 garbage bags. I set them off to the side so I can keep an eye on them so they don't get mixed in with other garbage. Go to a set location, then take the bag somewhere else where we open them up.
Undercover
And
garbage
did you open
man.
up those bags?
Yes,
When you opened up the bags, did you find anything?
yes.
And specifically, what did you find?
There were 2 pairs of white latex gloves,
What date was this trash pull conducted on?
2/28 of 23.
That'd be more than 6 hours from 2/23/23, correct?
Yes,
And those white gloves were not sent for gunshot powder residue testing, is that correct?
that's correct.
Finally, I want to talk about this. Were you also involved in the search for video surveillance?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that? What was your area of responsibility? Where did you look for video?
Primarily around the 16th or 16th and Hampshire area and kind of the surrounding area around there.
Can you give me an idea of how many different houses you went to your best guess, best estimation?
Approximately 12 to 15.
And in those 12 to 15 houses that you went to, were you successful in recovering any video?
No.
Can you tell me why you couldn't find video at those locations?
Some of the residents, they set their geofence to where it stops in their yard. That way they don't have all the vehicle traffic down the road that sets their alarm off all the time. Some didn't have a set subscription paid, so it wouldn't actually record the video to where they could watch it later. They would just use it more as a Ring doorbell. And then some just were never home.
Some people didn't have video at all.
Correct.
Thank you, Detective. That's all the questions I have.
Yes. All right. Bear with me, Detective, okay? Starting with the bike, where did the bike come from that you used for the different routes that you rode?
My house.
Okay, so this was a personal bike?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the size of the bike?
The detective has a bike.
I don't
that
recall the
matches
size.
Okay, do you know what types of tires were on the bike?
I don't
Okay.
recall.
Had the bike been serviced or received any type of maintenance prior to taking these practice routes?
No.
Okay. Are you an avid bike rider?
No.
And when you were going through these different simulations, did you keep track of any of your vital signs? Heart rate, breathing, anything like that?
No.
Okay. As far as the first route is concerned, you started that route at 20th and Hampshire, correct?
Yes.
And you ended that route at the 2500 block of Kentucky Road, correct?
Yes.
And neither Tim nor Becky lived at 20th and Hampshire, correct?
Correct.
And so your starting point for that route was neither Tim's house nor Becky's house, correct?
Correct.
And then your second route, you started off west on Kentucky Road, correct?
I was traveling west on Kentucky Road from the 2500 block.
Okay. And when did you start your timer on that second route? At what point on your route, or where were you at when you started your timer?
The second route was 23rd in York. I forgot to activate my body camera until that spot, so.
Okay, so was the time 1 minute and 29 seconds? That was only the time from 23rd in York to 20th in Hampshire,
Correct.
correct? And Tim did not live at 20th in Hampshire, correct? Correct. Becky did not live at 20th and at Hampshire, correct?
Correct.
And neither one of them lived or had any association with 23rd and York, correct?
Correct.
And then you took a third route, correct?
Yes.
And that route, you started at 20th and Hampshire and ended at 2500 Kentucky Road, correct?
Yes, the 2500 block of
Thank you.
Kentucky Road.
And is that slightly past Becky's house?
It was right in line with the driveway.
Okay.
To be specific.
Okay. And to be fair, 20th and Hampshire, that's where the bus barn is, correct?
Correct.
As far as, well, strike that. So as far as your starting point is concerned with all of these bike simulations, none of those routes actually started at Tim's house, correct?
Correct.
But the ending point on those routes was at the 2500 block of Kentucky Road, correct?
Correct.
Which is the spot that you said that was right in line with Becky's driveway.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the trash pull is concerned, were the gloves that were recovered from those 3 trash bags sent off for any type of testing other than gunshot residue testing?
No.
Okay. And were you involved in any other trash pulls or trash searches?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't recall the date. It was at a compost site.
Okay. And how much time was spent going through the compost site that day?
Probably approximately 8 hours.
And was there just shy of 800 tons of trash that was sifted through and searched through that day?
I don't know the exact tonnage, but it was quite a bit.
And was anything useful recovered from that trash search?
Not that I can recall.
When you were doing your canvassing for surveillance video in the area of 16th and Hampshire, did you look or did you approach any businesses for surveillance video?
No.
Did you search for any viable traffic camera video?
No.
Do you know or do you recall how far north your search went for surveillance video?
I recall going over to Vermont Street, but primarily establish an area just to the north of 1641 Hampshire.
And how far south did you take your search for viable surveillance video?
I did not go south.
Okay. What about west? Did you go west of
West was down to 16th.
And then what about east?
East was 18th.
Okay. When you made contact with these individuals in the area of 16th and Hampshire, did any of those neighbors report seeing Tim on a bicycle the night of February 22nd?
No.
And did any of those individuals report seeing Tim on a bicycle the early morning hours of February 23rd?
No.
No other questions, Judge?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Had to tell the fiber guys where I want the cable to connect to the outside of the house. I'm like, anywhere that's easy, just connect it.
Next witness.
Your Honor, the people would call Bradley Emmon.
Yeah, the amazing part of this trial is how quick it's moving. February 23rd was the murder. We're already here, halfway through trial. Just incredible. Lots of whispering going on.
If you could step to the front of the courtroom, please.
I missed a little bit of evidence. You might have to fill me in if something exciting was testified to.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. here. Have a seat right here in this chair.
Here in Illinois, with the safety law, if they don't try them within like 90 days of arraignment, they get let out on bail.
Where you're comfortable.
And they didn't want to do that, so they have to rush it. They're probably going to change the laws.
Microphone, please. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us your name, please?
My name is Brad Eman.
Can you spell your last name for the court order?
Ehmen.
Thank you, Mr. Eman. Where do you live at?
I live at 1665 Hampshire.
I'm going to show you up here on the screen a map. It's People's Exhibit 116 that's previously been admitted. Mr. Eman, is this your house right here that I'm circling?
It is.
So you lived just to the east of 1641 Hampshire, is that right?
Correct.
How long have you lived at your residence?
Approximately 10 years.
In January of 2023, did you have a neighbor by the name of Timothy Bliefnick?
Yes,
Do you see Mr. Bliefnick here in court today?
I do.
Could you point him out by where he's sitting and what he's wearing, please?
He's wearing a brown quarter zip, sitting on the end of these two tables.
Honor the record to reflect that Mr. Eman has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect that that the witness has identified the defendant.
We are going to get the DNA evidence next week.
In that middle
Or
to end
this
of
week.
January 2023, did you have a conversation with the defendant about surveillance cameras?
I did.
Tell me what time of day that was.
Early evening?
Did the defendant initiate the conversation with you?
Yes.
Tell us what he asked you.
He asked me if I had any cameras that showed his backyard.
And did you in fact have any cameras that
I-
showed his backyard?
No,
And did you tell him that at that time?
I did.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Questions, Ms. Schnock?
Just a few. Just a few quick questions, Mr. Eman. Have you ever had issues with trespassers in your yard?
Yes.
Do you know if Tim has had issues with trespassers in his yard?
Objection.
That will be sustained.
Have you ever observed anybody in Tim's yard that did not live there?
No.
Okay. Are trespassers in your yard, or why do you have cameras in the back that
I
face-
don't.
Okay, you do not. Okay. When was the last time you would have had you would have seen any trespassers in your backyard or on your property?
I don't know that I've ever necessarily seen them. The neighbors had.
Okay.
So.
And as far as February 22nd is concerned, you did not see anything unusual in your neck of the woods on that evening, correct?
No.
And the early morning hours of February 23rd, did you ever see or hear anything unusual come from Tim's home?
No.
Okay. And do you know why you were being asked about surveillance video?
No.
Objection. Speculation.
That will be
Overruled. Oh,
Did
come
Tim
on.
tell you why he was asking?
Objection.
He can, it's a statement by the defendant.
Which is allowed.
Offered by them, Your Honor. If it's offered by us,
All right. All right.
Oh, that's true.
Then it's hearsay.
I'll strike the question, Your Honor. Other than this, and you didn't think anything, when was this conversation, you said, sir, January
Yeah, middle to end of January.
of this year?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever have any further conversations about surveillance
No.
with Tim? Okay. And it never came up again?
Nope.
Okay. No other questions, Judge?
So I was wrong on both of those
No further
objections.
questions, Your Honor.
Just for the record.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Eman be excused from his subpoena.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
Nope.
He's
All right,
already
you're free to go.
sprinting out of the courtroom. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm so done with this place.
Judge, at this point, we don't have any more witnesses for today. We have several lab people scheduled to testify tomorrow, which is why we couldn't bring them in this afternoon. So that's kind of where we are at this point, Your Honor.
All right.
Did I play the wrong one?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Have we
the
skipped
jury
a day?
is going to be released for the day. Then I'm going to give you this admonishment again. You're going to get tired of hearing it, but you should not do any independent investigation or research on any subject or person relating to the case. What you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. This includes any press, radio, television programs, and it also includes any information available on the internet. Such programs, reports, and information are not evidence, and your verdict should not be influenced in any way by such material. For example, you must not use the internet, including Google, Wikipedia, or any other sources that you might otherwise use to search for any information about the case or the law which applies to the case or the people involved in the case, including the defendant, witnesses, lawyers, and judge. During the course of the trial, do not communicate with, provide information personally, in writing or electronically to anyone about this case, not even your own families or friends, courtroom personnel, and also not even
Okay,
among
I think we've skipped
yourselves
today.
until instructed otherwise.
They're drilling into my wall right
You
now.
must not provide any information about the case to anyone by any means at all, and this includes posting information about the case or your thoughts about it on any device or internet site, including blogs, chat rooms, or any social networking websites such as Twitter, Facebook, or any other means. You cannot use any electronic devices or services to communicate about this case, including cell phones, smartphones, laptops, the internet, and any other tools of technology. The use of any such devices or service in connection with your duties is prohibited. And then, having said that, you are free to go for the evening. If you would return again and be in the jury room by 10 till 9 tomorrow, then we will try and get started right at 9 o'clock, all right? All right. We will be...
All right.
Okay, so I thought we had 2 days to follow, so I'm now trying to figure out what we missed. If this was Friday, right? Didn't he say that was Friday, or did he say that was Thursday? Did somebody listen carefully? As we let this go, they're drilling in my house outside as well. I'm trying to see what we have, what we've listened to. I'm not sure if you can see. If you look out the window, which is blindingly bright. Let's see what the judge says here. Just one second.
Mr. Jones, anything we need to discuss before tomorrow?
Nothing on the record, or nothing that needs to be on the record. I would like to have a brief conversation with the court
this is
and Ms.
Thursday.
Schnock about
This is
scheduling
tomorrow.
for tomorrow and Tuesday and going forward.
All right, we will do that after we, you want to do that right after we recess?
That'd be
played the
great,
right
Your Honor,
one.
if that works.
And then, Ms. Schnock, anything you need us to put on the record before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Same routine, 8:30 tomorrow in the courtroom. Make sure we're ready by 9 o'clock when the jury comes in.
Yes, sir.
We will be adjourned for the day.
Okay, so hold tight. Just 1 second here. Let's pause this. We just played day 5 morning witness testimony. So I think that's right. I think that's it. It was a short day Thursday. I think we've got a short day Friday as well. That's what we've got. So I don't think I made any mistakes yet. We're good. The audio has gotten tons better. Norja, yes, tons better. So that was definitely Thursday. No smoke signals about the case. I missed the date, but he said more coming in tomorrow to testify, so it could be Thursday. Yep, we're gonna just check here, make sure we get the next one, which is, let's see. I need to see this. I think we have, that was day 4. Sure, we watched day 3. Wait for it. Okay, so day 5. I think this is Friday. Let's see if we got this right. This is our next video, I
We
think.
are on the record on 23 CF 170 People versus Timothy Bliefnick. Mr. Bliefnick appears in person and with counsel, Ms. Casey Schnock. People appear by Assistant State's Attorney Josh Jones and Laura Keck. And we are
if this is deja vu,
today to continue with the prosecution's evidence. And then Mr. Jones, as far as what has been scheduled for today, you want to elaborate on that?
yeah, let's hear that, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we have Dr. Denton here for the results of the autopsy, and then 2 lab people. There's an agreement between the parties that one of those lab individuals can testify about the report of another person, which saves us some time. And then finally today, Eric Cowick, one of the detectives, is going to testify. The other lab people, obviously they received multiple subpoenas and weren't able to be here today, so we scheduled them, 3 other lab people, 4 other lab people for Tuesday.
Yeah, so this is Friday.
And then there's a witness that was coming from California that will be here Tuesday, and our final witness on Tuesday would be Nick Eddy, the other detective. So I think today, unfortunately, we couldn't get any of those witnesses for Tuesday today. So today we will probably be done noon-ish, 11:30, 12:30, somewhere in that area.
All right, so we will just go ahead and continue with your evidence this morning until we are completed with it, and then we will break and I'll be able to release the jury for the weekend.
Okay, so this is Fridays.
Is that correct?
This is going to be
have
a
no
short
problem
stream
with
as well.
Okay, Ms. Schnott.
That's fine, Judge.
All right. And then is there anything we need to bring up before the jury is seated, Mr. Jones?
Judge, I will just make a record of this, and I've spoken to Ms. Schnock about this as well. Obviously, Dr. Denton, there's photographs that we're going to use. 2 of those photographs we are not going to put on the screen based on the nature of those photographs. I've shown those already to Ms. Schnock. If the court wants to see those, we can do that as well, but we're not going to put them on the screen. We are just going to show them to the jury. If the court wants me to hand them to the jurors so they can pass them around, I can do that. My preference would be that we just hold it up and let them look at it, though.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
You may be heard.
These pictures are highly inflammatory, and I can't say that they both have any prejudicial value. I have a huge problem with the jury seeing these 2 pictures. I would ask that the court review these pictures in camera before deciding whether or not they should be submitted to the jury.
Mr.
Judge is like,
Jones,
good, I want to see them.
Well, first of all, what
are the pictures?
What's the purpose of the photos?
The first photograph is a photograph of the victim's body from the torso down, and that photograph shows the condition of the body after the clothing is removed. It shows the bullet wounds to her body. It shows the nature of those wounds. Dr. Denton, in connection with that photograph, would then describe each of the 14 wounds. That's the nature of that photograph. I understand what Ms. Schnock's position is with that, but that's part of our case, is the number of wounds and the position of those wounds. The second photograph.
What exhibit number would that be if you've got that?
I do. I believe it's 133. Judge, it also shows a recent surgery that the victim had, as well as the perineum of the victim. And again, that is also necessary based on some statements from the defense regarding possible motive for this offense beyond the motive that the people have presented.
Okay. The court's going to review that photo, exhibit 133. Mr.
Okay, so that's definitely not going to be shown on the
Jones,
channel,
if you
just
could
FYI.
take that. Okay, Ms. Schnock, anything further you want to argue about 133?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the court is going to allow or admit that into evidence, is going to allow it to be shown to the jury for reasons that it does have evidentiary value. It also has the demonstrative value because Dr. Denton will be testifying as to matters that are shown in the photo. So over objection, that will be allowed to be, as long as there's a foundation laid, then it will be admitted into the record and will be allowed to be shown to the jury. The court will not publish it any further, but to the jury because of the nature of that photo. And then the next photo, Mr. Jones.
Judge, that's People's Exhibits 134. That is a photograph of the torso of the victim lying on the examination table from a side view. I won't disagree with Ms. Schnock that it is a graphic photo. It is a graphic photo. However, that photo also shows the path marks of each of the entrance and exit wounds. In other words, the medical examiner will testify, Dr. Denton will testify, that he placed rods in each of the wounds to show the path of the bullet through the body, but also from that he can extrapolate the path of the wound before it, the path of the projectile, the bullet, before it entered the body, which is also relevant to this case because, again, he will testify that the victim was on the ground when she was shot the majority of the times, or falling to the ground when she was shot the majority of the times. That is, again, important and relevant to our case. It is a graphic photo, but we've also, so the court's aware, we did black out the victim's face and head area in an attempt to limit the prejudicial value, because it is probative, but I will not dispute there is a prejudicial effect. But again, every piece of evidence we use is prejudicial. If it wasn't prejudicial, we wouldn't be using it. The issue here is prejudicial value versus probative value, and the probative value here is extensive as well.
Ms. Schnock, you wish to be heard further on that objection?
Your Honor, this photo is conscious, shocking, and in our opinion would only garner sympathy with the jury, in addition to being exceptionally prejudicial and inflammatory. And I understand that all evidence has a prejudicial effect, but this is highly inflammatory. Dr. Denton can testify to everything Mr. Jones says, but the jury doesn't need to see this.
Mr. Jones, you wish to be heard further?
Dr. Denton can definitely testify to that, but there is value in beyond his words and the ability to see the path of the bullet. People can learn and see things in different ways. He certainly can't say the path of the wound, but there is absolute probative value to seeing it with your own eyes.
And the people have offered other photos that aren't as graphic that can demonstrate the same thing.
I would absolutely disagree. We have not offered other photos that can demonstrate the same.
Spicy.
The court has reviewed Exhibit 134. It is very graphic. However, whether or not it's graphic and prejudicial is not the total determination of whether or not this photo can be admitted. The test is whether or not there is probative value. There is certainly probative value. It helps, it shows the testimony that the people are going to provide by way of Dr. Denton's explanation as to the path of each bullet wound. So it is probative, and the people are allowed to present their case as they believe is proper. The court does not find that, although the picture is graphic, the court does not find that its prejudicial value outweighs the probative value in this, so the court will allow that photo over objection if the people lay a proper foundation for that photo. And then, Mr. Jones or Ms. Schnock, anything else we need to bring up?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and I would ask that when that is published, when those photos are published to the jury, then you do it in a way that it's not seen by
The gallery.
the gallery.
And Judge, again, out of respect for that, I'm not going to, I've asked permission for court to not hand it to each of the individual jurors. The more people who touch it, the more different ways it can get shown. So if I hold it, then we know where it is. And
Ms. Schnock, any objection to that procedure?
No, Your Honor.
The other thing I would note is that since it will be admitted, if the people lay a foundation, then it will go back to the jury. So at that point, they will be allowed to review that if they want a closer view of that, Mr. Jones.
well, again, in deference to the court, we haven't discussed what exhibits would go back to the court. And, you know, at this point, I think it's premature to suggest that we're going to send all the exhibits back or none of the exhibits back. So if it goes back, the court's absolutely right.
That's true, but that's one of the things that we need to consider in the way that you are going to present that, is if the jury needs a closer view, then there is a procedure where that can be done, that it could go back to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and then anything else?
Hey, Chopper.
Nothing for the people.
All right, then we will be in recess until 9 o'clock.
Hey, Chopper, Brandy is a friend of the channel. She also is a live streamer. She has the 13th Juror podcast, and she live streams trials as well. Brandy Churchwell's her name. She sort of got famous. I found her through the Murdaugh trial, where she made the what we call the Churchwell chart, the timeline that was very useful in identifying all the pieces of evidence and putting it together. Okay, so the pictures are coming in. That's going to be interesting. We will not see them, thankfully. They're very graphic. I've never heard of a body being shown, an autopsy photo being shown with the trajectory rods in the body. It sounds like that is what they're getting. There are 14 of these trajectory rods shown through the body that show the path the bullets took. The jury's going to see that. That is a strong piece of evidence.
We are on the record on 23 CF 170, People versus Timothy Bliefnick. Mr. Bliefnick appears in person and with counsel Ms. Casey Schnock. People appear by Assistant State's Attorney Josh Jones and Laura Keck. And we are scheduled to continue with the people.
We're now watching Friday. All of Friday's video in one chunk.
Before we get started, ladies
so
and
gonna be about
gentlemen
3
who are
hours.
in the audience, you are allowed to have
Here's the
cell
cell phone
phones
warning.
in the courthouse. Those cell phones must be turned completely off while you are in the courtroom and kept out of sight. If your phone would go off while you're in the courtroom, or if security would see you with your cell phone or other device out, then they will ask you to leave and you will not be allowed back in until the next day. That does not include media. Media is allowed to have their cell phones
I dub the
and
all
other
media.
electronic devices out so that they can communicate with the public, but they must wear their ID badges so that security knows that they are media.
The ID
and
badge is the
knows
courthouse
not
next to your name.
hassle them. So,
As long as you have that, you can have your phone out and you can chat into the public.
and you need to turn it off, please do that right now. And nothing
This is
will be
day
said.
5. This is Friday, last week.
Then
Then we'll be caught up.
Jones, anything we need to take up before we bring in the jury?
Nothing from the people, Your Honor.
Anything from the defendant, Ms. Schnott?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring in the jury.
Jury's very quick coming in. Here they are. We need the magic sound effects. A little bit of ASMR I wasn't expecting. Reminds me to take a drink.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Here comes the jury.
The Sixth Circuit Court is now reconvened with the Honorable Robert K. Green, Judge presiding.
I'll translate for that for you guys if you want. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The honorable judge the trial is now convening with the honorable judge presiding. And I missed the name, but that's what he tried to say. It's definitely ice in the water. It's not just cool water. We have ice water available, and we do have an emoji for that now. Thank you very much, Katrina.
Please be seated.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are still proceeding on the prosecution's case in chief. And Mr. Jones, you have evidence today.
I do, Your Honor.
Call your first witness.
People would call Dr. Scott Denton.
While he's coming in, I'm actually surprised the judge is not a little more frustrated because, like, several days in a row now, the state has not had witnesses available. And we've done, like, half-day or short days. This Friday session is going to be a short day as well. And he's just cool with it. He just rolls. It's like, all right, I guess we'll get a long weekend. So we're going to have a short day. This video is about 3 hours long. Then we'll be caught up with today's proceedings. Obviously, they did not hold court yesterday for Memorial Day. Judge, have them come in. Thank you.
Courtroom.
Here we go.
Raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Then if you'd come around here and have a seat right here in this chair.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and that microphone bends. So if you'd bend it up and speak towards the microphone, please. You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name?
Sure, I'm Dr. Scott Denton, D-E-N-T-O-N.
Can everybody hear Dr. Denton? Okay. Dr. Denton, can you tell me what you do for a living?
Sure, I'm a forensic pathologist and I perform autopsies for coroners in Illinois.
What is
He's a sure guy.
forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a medical doctor who has specialized training in examining people who die, usually under sudden, unexpected means or under suspicious circumstances or from trauma.
You said a forensic pathologist has specialized training. Can you tell me what that specialized training is?
Sure, so I can start with, I guess, college. I went to undergrad college at Arizona State University. I graduated in 1987 with a Bachelor of Science degree, cum laude, in zoology. After that, I went to medical school at the University of Arizona College of Medicine in Tucson. I graduated in 1991 with my MD, or medical doctor degree. After that, I specialized in the field of anatomic and clinical pathology, which was a 5-year residency. That last year of the 5-year residency, I was chief resident. And then I did an additional year of training called a fellowship year at the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office in Chicago, specifically in forensic pathology.
Since that time, how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been a forensic pathologist since 1996.
How many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I don't keep an exact count over those past 27 years. My best estimate, the autopsies I perform myself, is about 12,000.
Dr. Denton, as a forensic pathologist, are there requirements for you to undergo a continuing training or things like that?
Yes, so I have training and experience in forensic pathology, and also I maintain my medical licensure in Illinois, which requires continuing medical education. I go to meetings with my peers, other forensic pathologists, and I maintain current my board certification is current.
Are you a member of any groups that relate to forensic pathology?
I am. I belong to the National Association of Medical Examiners, which is the largest organization of forensic pathologists in the country. I'm currently Secretary-Treasurer. I've been elected to that position every year since 2011, continually serving. I'm also, but by means of that position, on the Executive Committee of NAME. I also belong to the American Medical Association, College of American Pathologists, and I also belong on the Illinois Coroner's Training Board as the Coroner's Forensic Pathologist Representative appointed by the Governor. And I also belong to Alpha Omega Alpha, which is an honor medical society.
Your Honor, at this point, we would ask that Dr. Denton be accepted by the court and we tender him to the defense as an expert witness in the area of forensic pathology.
Ms. Schnock, any objection?
No.
Court will certify Dr. Denton as an expert in forensic pathology.
Dr. Denton, in a general sense, you've told us that you perform autopsies in over 12,000 in your career. What is an autopsy?
Sure. So an autopsy is basically a very detailed physical examination of a person after death. It starts first with the circumstances of the deceased. For example, why is the person here requiring an autopsy? The person can't tell me. So it's like when you go to the doctor, they ask you, why are you here? What is wrong? So I get that from other information. That's usually from the coroner. So the coroner or other investigators will tell me, or family, what the circumstances are. Why are they here? After that, I proceed to examine the body, basically from all the way outside, anything on the surface of the body to the surface of the body, including the skin from head to toe. And then I make surgical incisions on basically the shoulders to the mid-chest, abdomen, back of the head, examining the organs first in place, looking for anything normal or abnormal, including trauma or injury, and then examining the organs outside the body, again looking for normal and abnormal things. I collect fluids for toxicology or drug testing. We perform x-rays, and then everything is placed back with the body and it goes to the funeral home.
You said you
I have a sure counter going if you guys would like to watch this.
cut into the body, you look at the organs, you try to determine the cause of death, those types of things. When you're doing that, is it important that you take photographs, that you document those things?
Yes.
Can you explain to me why it's important that you take photographs when you document those things?
Sure. So I document the autopsy photographically with my assistant, basically so that I can relate that to other people. So other people can look at and see what I'm seeing, and I can use those photographs to explain to family or the coroner or to yourselves what I'm seeing. And if there's other forensic pathologists that want to review my work, they can also look at my report and also my photographs.
In this case, did you perform an autopsy on the body of Rebecca Bliefnick?
I did.
And did you take photographs that documented that procedure?
Yes.
Every time he says sure, I'm just going to click the counter. He's up to 5 so far. It seems to be his favorite word. Doing a great job, though.
You may.
Dr. Denton, I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as People's Exhibits 100.
I'll change it to correct counter
through 130.
when she starts testifying.
Can you take a look at those and tell me when you've had a chance to go through those?
Okay, I went through them.
Do you recognize those photos?
I do, yes.
Are those photographs that were taken during the performance of the autopsy on the body of Rebecca or Becky Bliefnick?
Right, they are a subset of the numerous photographs taken during her examination.
You took, fair to say, hundreds of photos, or not you? Your office took hundreds of photos?
Right, myself or my autopsy technician took the photographs, yes. Yeah, that's a fair number, I believe, yes.
And this is a subset of those photos. We're not showing every photo.
Correct.
Do those photos accurately show what you observed in performing that autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask that Peoples 124 through 134 be offered into evidence. We'd ask leave to publish, again, with the exception of 133 and 134, which we'll publish in a different manner.
Ms. Schnock, any objection as to foundation?
No.
Okay. 124 through 134 will be admitted. 133 and 134 is admitted over objection that we heard previously.
We go to the first slide. Let's go. Dr. Denton, on the screen right now is People's Exhibits. People's Exhibit 124. Can you tell me what we're looking at?
Yes, you're looking at the external view of Ms. Bliefnick's upper to mid-body, as her body is within the body bag, and it's basically a clamshell secured bag, and it's opened. And this is one of the photographs that just show how she's received from the coroner as we start to examine her.
I noticed that there are paper bags around both her hands.
Yes,
Is that right?
that is correct.
Can you tell me what those paper bags are there for?
Sure, those are called trace evidence bags. So those are placed by investigators or the coroner and over the hands and are sealed with tape so that if any trace evidence is on the fingers, it collects that fingers, if the trace evidence, if it falls off, and if there's anything, and it prevents other things from going on to the hands within the body bag.
Also, I want to talk about the black pants that are on the body. Did you have a chance to observe those pants?
I did. I observed all her clothing, including the black surgical compression type pants, yes.
You just called them black surgical compression pants. Can you explain for me what those surgical compression pants are there for?
Sure. So those are medical pants. They have zippers on both sides. They are elastic and very, I would say, thicker than normal stretch type pants. They're very firm and hold the body together.
I also noticed that the middle of those pants is cut out. Is that how those pants are designed?
Yes, there's a circular defect or hole that was normal for those pants. As you can see, there's a towel in that area in the underwear, but that is so the pants can stay on and the person is able to urinate.
You can go forward one slide. Is this a photograph of those pants?
Yes.
And again, you see the, as you called it, a defect in the pants, a hole in the pants. But when we say defect, it's designed that way, correct?
Right. It looks abnormal, but that's actually how it's supposed to be. That's what they have an opening there.
And the sides on each pants, you can see a zipper at the top and the zipper along the sides.
Correct. And you also can see the wide waistband that goes around the mid-abdomen area.
People's 126. Dr. Denton, in People's 126, can you explain to me what we're seeing here?
Sure. So what you're looking at, first, what you see at the bottom is her identification tag. That's her case number N-23-112. So that goes with her body. So all the pictures are from Ms. Bliefnick. You can see her black underwear. So once the compression pants are removed, she has properly positioned black underwear. And underlying that black underwear is a purple-blue towel. And then above that are 3 foam compression pads that are actually pushed against her skin.
And above those compression pads, do we notice something on the upper right chest, the left part of the photograph?
Yes, those are 2 of the 9 gunshot wounds on her torso.
The
2 of
white
the 9
compression pads, as you described them, again, what's the purpose of those compression pads?
Those are to add support or structure to the skin and the body to hold it together. And they were under the compression pants. So the pants were pushing on the foam padding and then the padding was pushing against her skin and body.
Now, Dr. Denton, we've seen some crime scene photos already, and on the crime scene photos, there was not much blood on the ground. There was not much blood on the ground at all. Based on what you see in this picture, is there a reason why there wouldn't be much blood at the crime scene?
Yes.
Can you explain that for us?
Sure. So when I examined the wounds, most of the bleeding was inside her body. So there were lots of internal bleeding from the gunshot wounds. And also those padding and the compression pads are basically like bandages. So they're holding everything in and preventing blood from coming out. It's holding the blood inside her body.
You told us the underwear in People's 126 was properly placed,
As you can see in the picture, yes, her underwear is properly positioned, yes.
and there was no tearing or ripping on the underwear.
Not at all, no.
And you said there was a towel underneath the underwear?
As you can see, yes, there's a towel between the underwear, her perineum, and there's also an ice pack over her perineum.
And when you say perineum, can you explain to me what the perineum is?
Sure, it's the genital area between the thighs.
People's 127. Dr. Denton, in People's 127, the victim's underwear has been pulled down to a certain extent. Is that fair to say?
Yes, her underwear has been lowered to show, as I described, we go by layer. So the underwear is pulled and removed lower. So you can see the next layer would be that blue-purple towel. And then the next layer over her perineum or genital area is this blue ice pack material over her genital area. And then above that, you can see where she had surgery with vertical steri strips, and that was also sutured, and that appeared recent.
Dr. Denton, you also see what appears to be a dark or discolored area on the right side of the victim's upper thigh and extending down to the genital area or perineum, as you called it. Can you explain for me what that is and what the nature of that bruising is?
Sure. So that has a very long medical term. It's called ecchymosis, ECCHYMOSIS. That is basically bleeding from that surgical incision that is tracking downward along planes of tissue. So it's tracking downwards towards her genital area and the labia area, and they were swollen with that similar blue-purple bleeding, basically from some surgery.
And is that the result of the surgery or the scar wound that we see here with the steri strips?
Yes.
People's 128, please. People's 128 would be the front side of that black underwear that we just saw?
Yes.
Again, no tearing or damage to the underwear?
Correct. There's no tearing, no damage, no fluids, so no abnormalities except for urine.
And People's 129, the back of that same underwear, again, no tearing, no damage to that?
Correct.
In your training and experience as a medical examiner, that condition of the underwear, that condition of the towel and ice pack, did that help you draw any conclusions?
It tells me that her underwear is properly positioned, her clothing is properly positioned. She has an ice pack over her perineum, and there's a towel over that to collect fluid, which also, the towel also had urine in it. So it tells me that that is normal surgical compression material.
People's 130. Again, a photograph of the towel, the ice pack, and the underwear?
Yes.
No damage to the towel, no tearing, no ripping of the towel?
No, they're all fine, yes.
And the ice pack was in a complete state, no tearing, no damage to the ice pack?
Right, the ice pack was between her thighs over her genitals.
People's 131. People's 131 is a photograph of the victim's left hand, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Can you tell me what we see here?
What you're looking at in this picture is one of the two gunshot wounds on the back of the left side of her hand. So this is on the back of the mid hand where the trajectory rod is going through. That circular hole is the entrance wound. So the entrance wound entered on the back of her hand, went through the bones of her hand, and then came out on the palmar side or the palm side of her hand, and then grazed her thumb as it continued out. So it is a gunshot wound she sustained that went through the back of her hand, came out the palm, and grazed her thumb, and then kept going.
Dr. Denton, in your expertise as a forensic pathologist, have you ever heard of the phrase defensive wounds?
Yes.
Can you tell me what defensive wounds are?
Sure. Defensive wounds are basically that term, or warding off wounds or blocking wounds. Like when a boxer holds up their arms to defend their head from punches, a person will hold up their hands or arms or their legs if they have injuries to the lower body, trying to prevent blows or injury occurring to their body.
Is what we see in People's 131, in your expert opinion, a defensive wound?
Yes, I would call it a defensive wound, gunshot injury, yes.
Equals 132. Again, this is the victim's same hand, left hand, correct?
It is.
And you mentioned there were two, in fact, wounds to that left hand. Is this what we're looking at, the other wound to that left hand?
You are. You're looking at the second gunshot wound on her left hand. It's by the fifth finger area where I'm pointing with my finger. So it's on the, again, it's on the back of the left hand near the fifth finger. And it just goes through the fleshy part or the soft tissue part of the hand and then exits where you can see the rod going up towards the ceiling. So it's basically going in that direction through her hand.
Again, in your training and experience, would you consider this to be a defensive gunshot wound?
Yes, it is.
In the course of your autopsy, did you recover some rounds from Becky's body? When I say rounds, projectiles, bullets.
Right, yes. I recovered 3 projectiles or bullets from her body, yes.
And those were taken into evidence, is that correct?
They were, yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked People's Exhibits 205 through 207. And I believe they've already been introduced, but I'm going to ask you if you take a look at those for me.
Okay.
And are those the bullets that you removed from Rebecca Bliefnick?
Yes, they've been packaged over my package, but yes, they're describing from the McLean County Coroner's Office, one fired bullet. It says medium caliber copper jacketed bullet from the left mid back. That's where I recovered one of the bullets in her left mid back. The other one was in the mid upper back, and that's where I recovered another bullet, and it says McLean County Coroner's Office, and I can feel a bullet. And then the third one says copper jacketed bullet from the mid-thoracic spinal canal from the McLean County Coroner's Office, and I did recover a bullet from her spinal canal.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 208. And again, if you could look at that.
Okay.
The white foam pads that we saw in one of the previous pictures, are those the white foam pads that you're holding there that we saw in the pictures?
Yes, it says, it feels like the 3 foam pads inside this sealed evidence bag. And it says foam pads removed from Rebecca Bliefnick, and it says McLean County Coroner's Office. And that's consistent with it, yes. And it says foam pads.
And People's Exhibit 209. Does that appear to be the ice pack and towel that we produced?
It definitely feels like the ice pack are removed from her perineal area, and it says towel and ice pack are removed from Rebecca Bliefnick, and it says McLean County Coroner's Office, and the bag is also labeled towel and ice pack.
And I'll hand you both People's 210 and 211. I'd ask you to look at 211 first.
211, basically it has writing beneath this evidence tape, says underwear, and then the tag says underwear removed from Rebecca Bliefnick, McLean County Coroner's Office, and it feels as the pair of underwear, the black underwear, and then this one says pants, and then the label says pants removed from Rebecca Bliefnick, McLean County Coroner's Office, and it feels similar to the compression pants I removed from her body.
Your Honor, I'd ask that those exhibits that have been identified by the doctor be introduced and admitted into evidence.
Ms. Schnock, I believe the ones that haven't been admitted are 208, which are the foam pads. Any objection?
No.
They will be admitted. 209, the ice pack and towel. Any objection?
No objection.
Will be admitted. 210 is the pants that were removed. Any objection?
No objection.
That will be admitted. 211, the underwear, any objection?
No objection.
And Mr. Jones, I believe those are the exhibits that have not been admitted.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
Dr. Denton, are you familiar with the term sexual assault kit?
Yes.
Can you tell me in a general sense what a sexual assault kit is?
Sure. So a sexual assault kit is basically evidence I can collect from my body during an autopsy examination. It includes clipping the fingernails or the ends of the fingernails if they're natural or acrylic. It includes swabs collected from the mouth area, the vaginal area, the rectal area are all swabbed. Also any clothing material or any foreign material from the body.
Now, did you do a sexual assault kit in this case?
Yes.
Dr. Denton, when you performed the autopsy, did you also determine whether or not there was any fluid in the vaginal area?
I did, by multiple means. One was visually. I looked to see if there was any abnormal fluid. When I placed the swabs in her genital area, again, removing the swabs, I was looking for any foreign material such as semen or other fluid material or blood. There was none. And then when I used an alternative light source, a blue light that highlights abnormal fluids and saliva and other materials, and that was also negative.
Dr. Denton, the pants weren't torn, the underwear was in the right position, there was a towel and ice pack over her perineum, her genital area, and at that point you had seen no semen or fluids in her genital area. Why would you perform a sexual assault kit?
Just in case someone wants to know if there was one or not, we can, you can say either way. You can't go back. So you get one chance to do it, so you just do it. And if you do it and no one has a question, it's done, it's over. If someone has a question of whether she was sexual assaulted, you could test it if you wanted to.
Did you see any evidence of sexual assault in your autopsy?
No, she was not sexually assaulted.
Did you also, in conducting that sexual assault kit, you talked about fingernail clippings, fingernail scrapings. Did you do that in this case as well?
Yes.
And were those included, those results included in, again, what we call a sexual assault kit, People's Exhibit 212?
Yes, that is part of the kit, including head hair, pubic hair, combing of the pubic hair, combing of the head hair. All those things are placed within this sexual assault kit box, and I sign it and put her case number, and it's taped and sealed, and those are my initials.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibit 212 be introduced and admitted into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No objection.
212 will be admitted.
Doctor, if I could approach you.
You may.
Dr. Denton, if I could take two of those photographs back from you, please. Dr. Denton, did you also take a photograph of, well, the photograph that you saw in People's Exhibit 133, a photograph of the victim from the torso down?
Yes.
Can you tell me in a general sense, and I haven't shown that photograph yet, what that photograph shows?
The photograph of her torso with the clothing removed basically shows 9 gunshot wounds to her torso from her right breast area to her pelvis in a kind of a up and down pattern. Gunshot wounds to her right and gunshot wounds to her right arm.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd ask permission from the court to publish People's 133 to the members of the jury and ask the doctor some questions about them.
You may.
Dr. Denton, as we look at this photo, and starting at the top down, can you describe each of the individual wounds that we see in this photograph?
I can. There are many. So there are 9 gunshot wounds, basically starting as I'm pointing to my own body. So on the underside where her breast meets her chest, the first gunshot I want to describe was on the right side of the chest, just beneath the breast, and that was a gunshot wound of entrance. It was atypical or a little irregular, and then it went through the skin, it went through the ribs, It went through the right lung and then went through the back and ended up with one of those recovered bullets that were in her, just left of the midline in her back. So it basically went from straight across, from right to left and front to back. The next gunshot wound was actually involved her right breast, was a little bit higher. There was another gunshot wound of entrance on her breast. That went through the breast tissue itself, and then it exited in that entrance wound. That's why that one wound on the left chest, on the right chest, was atypical, because that wound went through her breast and through the breast tissue. So that just went a short distance. And then
Just tell me if I missed
basically
one of the
going
shares.
down her chest, there were 2 more gunshot wounds to the lower rib margin. They were circular gunshot wounds. They went through the chest cavity. One of them bruised the right lung, went through the diaphragm, and then exited. One a little bit lower, about a little bit, tiny bit lower, went through the lower ribs and the chest, went through her upper chest area. I believe that one also had a bullet recovered. The one before it exited. And then going down her abdomen area, basically from the lower rib margin to her pelvis area, there were 5 more gunshot wounds, kind of in a linear downward pattern. They were circular, consistent with gunshot wounds. One of them went through the spine and then actually lodged in the spine, so it got the spinal cord in her back. And the rest of them exited. They went through her intestines. They caused a large amount of intestinal bleeding. They caused intestinal gas to form. The bacteria went into her abdomen. And she basically did not have any, she barely had any blood in her blood vessels. So she basically internally bled to death. And then what about the wounds to her arm? Sure, so on her right arm, where again, I can demonstrate best on myself, there was a through and through gunshot wound on her right forearm on the side, approximately where my finger is pointing. It went through the arm, through the elbow crease, and just above the elbow it exited. There was another one that went through the flesh part of the mid-arm, and then one just above that also went through the arm. So she had 3 gunshot wounds that went through her right arm, basically going right to left through her body.
Again, would you consider those in your expertise to be considered defensive gunshot?
They could be, yes, if her arm is raised. Because when I traced those pathways, when I moved her arm 90 degrees, 2 of them made straight lines. So her arm was bent at 90 degrees when she sustained 2 of those wounds. So that'd be consistent with raising her right arm.
You also told us that one of the bullet wounds hit her spinal cord. Is that right?
Right. One of the wounds, one of the 2 recovered bullets in her abdomen that did not leave her body and exit on her back actually hit the spine. One hit the spine bone and then stopped, but did not hit the cord. The other one went into the spine and also struck the spinal cord itself. So it would have basically paralyzed her from the waist down.
Of the 14 wounds that you saw, the 9 to the chest, the 3 to her right arm, and the 2 to her left hand, would any of those wounds have been immediately fatal?
Immediately, no.
What was her manner of death? What led to her death?
So what led to her death, or from the gunshot wounds created defects and bleeding inside her body. So the mechanism or process of her dying is internal bleeding. So one went through, the one that was highest up on her chest, beneath the breast, went through her right lung. So that was the most serious. The most, I would say, most quickly fatal. The rest of them are all serious because they're fatal, going through her intestines and her spine. But the one through her right lung would cause shortness of breath and bleeding. And then the rest of them would cause bleeding also.
How long would it take her to bleed to death?
Again, none of the bullet wounds struck her heart. She did not have any gunshot wounds to the head. Conservatively and fairly, she would have been alive after these gunshot wounds at least several minutes.
And she would not have been able to move because her spinal cord was hit.
Correct.
And she would not, it would be more difficult for her to breathe because one of the bullets hit the lung.
Correct.
Would it have been painful?
Objection.
That'll be overruled.
Would it have been painful?
In my opinion as a medical doctor, yes, that would have been painful. Her gunshot wounds were painful, yes.
Dr. Denton, you've shared with us that the wounds, and if I say this wrong, please correct me, the wounds were front to back, and the majority of them were from, if I say up to down, does that make sense?
No.
Okay, I tell you what, why don't you say
Sure.
it, since I am obviously not doing it.
So there's movement of her body when she's sustaining these 14 gunshot wounds. She is not stationary or standing in one position or in one position of her body. The 2 gunshot wounds on her chest, or actually the 4 gunshot wounds on her chest, basically went from right to left, horizontally through her body and backwards. 2 of them went slightly upwards, and then the rest of them were all, I would say, down to up. So the ones on her abdomen were going up through her body, from the lower abdomen, they were going upwards through her body.
What does that tell you about the position of her body in relationship to the position of the weapon that fired those bullets, those projectiles?
Sure, so that complex question basically means that where I have an exit wound or a bullet, and I trace that path through the body and I have an entrance wound, I can project out into space where the muzzle of the gun that fired that bullet would come from. It's greater than 2 feet away. I can't tell you how far further than 2 feet away, but it tells me that the gunshot wounds to her chest area were coming from the right side of her body and went across at one point. And then the ones that are in her abdomen are going upward, so they're coming from the floor area. So if she's standing, the gun is coming from the floor, or if she's falling back or laying flat, they're coming from her feet in an elevated position.
And you shared with us, in order to do that, you would place a rod or a stick in the entrance wound and the exit wound to demonstrate that path that the projectile took, and then extrapolate that to the path that it took when it entered the body. Is that correct?
Correct. That's why we use trajectory rods, to demonstrate the pathway so that this can be shown to other people.
And you did use those trajectory rods in this case?
I did.
And is that reflected in the photograph in People's 134?
I believe that's the correct number, yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask permission of the court to publish that to the jury in the same manner.
You may.
Is what I'm holding up, Dr. People's 134, showing those trajectory rods?
I believe that is the correct number, and it does show her body laying prone on the autopsy examination table with those gunshot wounds tracked. And those, I used multicolored plastic trajectory rods to show the angle, so you can see at her chest, they're basically going from the front and sideways, right to left, and then and as you move down her body, the angle goes from to down at a downward slanting angle. So it goes from basically into her body forwards and then goes down as you move down her body.
I'm not sure where that sound came from. It wasn't on my end.
Bullet paths traced here?
No.
You just use, I think, 9, is that right?
Right, I showed the trunk area, and then I believe there's one in the arm, the right arm, that also is shown.
If I have just one moment, you may.
Okay, so if he's done questioning, we're going to reset the counter for correct.
If I could give these to the clerk, Your Honor. These are 133 and 134. And I have no further questions.
Cross, Ms. Stock.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Denton.
Good morning.
I'm not going to take up much more of your time this morning. You've been able to give us a lot of information regarding these wounds during your direct, but your examination cannot tell us in what order those 14 shots occurred. Is that fair?
That's correct. I cannot scientifically tell you which one was first, second, third, or fourth, or last.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
Wow, 0 corrects out of that from her.
No, Your Honor. Thank
But
you.
He gave one.
Thank you, Dr. Denton.
I'd ask that Dr. Denton be released from his subpoena.
Any objection, Ms. Smith?
No, Your Honor.
You are released. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, counters faded out. So the sure counter,
Go
we
to
got
your next witness.
People would call Trent Carlicker.
we got 16. Trent Carlicker? Is that what I just heard? I mean, I've heard of names being chosen based on your profession in the olden days. How do you get Carlicker? Michelle, you're going to get whiplash between these two trials. We're getting some good stuff today. Yeah, the Emmy's just, it's just
Sir,
facts.
if you could step
That's
to the
it.
front of the courtroom, please. And then raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, and if you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair. And then kind of scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and that microphone bends. So
Ooh, nice
bend
pinstripe
that
suit.
microphone so it's in front of you and
Let's
speak
look
towards
at
the microphone,
defense.
please. Thank you. You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Trent Carlicker.
Everybody hear Mr. Carlicker, okay? Mr. Carlicker, what do you do for a living?
I work for the Illinois State Police. I'm a forensic scientist and I specialize in latent prints.
Let me start with this. In order to work for the Illinois State Police as a forensic scientist, did you have to receive any special training?
Yes.
Did you go to college, I assume?
Yes, I did.
And where'd you go to college?
I went to Lindenwood
In St. Louis?
in St. Louis, yes.
And what was your major?
Bachelor's of Science with a concentration in environmental science.
After you graduated from Lindenwood University, did you get some other training from the Illinois State Police?
Yes, I have completed a 2-year comprehensive training program through the Illinois State Police. The training program consisted of lab practical exercises, written test, criterion testing where I had to score 100% in order to move on. The training program also included side-by-side comparison exercises between latent prints and known standards. And it also included 1 year of supervised casework.
Did you pass all that?
Yes.
And you got the job at the Illinois State Police?
Yes, sir.
And you've been working for them since?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been working for the Illinois State Police?
This will be my 7th year.
As you've been working for the Illinois State Police, you need to continue to show proficiency and continue to pass random exams or yearly exams to maintain your position with them.
Yes, I am proficiency tested once a year by an outside agency.
And have you passed all those proficiency tests?
Yes,
And you specifically passed those proficiency tests in the area of latent prints examination, recovery, that type of thing?
yes.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd ask that the witness be recognized as an expert in that particular area, latent prints.
And Ms. Schnock, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Court will certify the witness as an expert in latent fingerprints or latent prints. All right, good.
What are fingerprints?
Friction-ridged skin is skin that is found on the palm sides of hands.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you there. Friction-ridged.
Forget I asked the question. Strike that.
What's that?
So friction-ridged skin is skin that is found on the palm sides of hands and the soles of feet. It's different from other skin on the body because it has raised corrugated ridges and furrows, commonly referred to as valleys. Friction-ridged skin only has sweat glands. It does not have any oil glands, and it does not have any hair follicles. So for fingerprints, they're specifically referring to the area of friction-ridged skin from the tips of the fingers down to the first joint.
What is it about fingerprints that make it, that you can identify different fingerprints?
There are levels of detail in a fingerprint. Those fingerprint details are first, second, and third level detail. First level detail is the overall shape of the patterns, which are normally loops, whorls, and arches. Second level detail is individual characteristics of the ridges. Third level detail could be the shape, pore size placement,
and any scarring or creasing that could be present in the print.
And does everyone have a different finger?
No two prints have ever been found to be the same. Fingerprints differ from finger to finger on a person. Even identical twins have different fingerprints.
I suppose technically they have different friction-rich skin, and fingerprints are something else. Is that fair to say?
The friction-rich skin is the same for everybody, but the fingerprint patterns are different from finger to finger on a person.
So what I'm saying is the fingerprint is actually what would be left on the surface if they touch it. It's caused by the friction-rich skin. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that print would be referred to as a latent print.
And what are latent prints then?
A latent print is an unintentional impression that is left behind on a surface when friction-rich skin comes in contact with that item. Often they're unseen by the naked eye. They could be composed of anything that can coat the surface of the skin. So it could be sweat, oil, blood, or dirt, just to name a few.
And then how are those latent prints recovered?
They're recovered by processing the evidence. If I find any latent prints on any of the evidence, I photograph them in order to preserve them.
You said latent prints are made by sweat, dirt, dust, things like that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are latent prints something that can be wiped away?
Yes, latent prints are extremely delicate, so merely touching an object could destroy it.
Make sure you answer the questions on the questionnaire. You might have to scroll down to the last question. We approve everyone who answers them correctly.
Latent print testing and DNA testing on the same item?
I would just cover the latent print portion of that testing.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is if somebody swabs that item for DNA before it gets to you to test for latent prints, can that have an effect on any latent prints?
Yes.
Because the process of swabbing it, you said, can destroy the latent print.
Yes.
When you're looking for latent prints, can that affect the ability to recover DNA?
Yes.
You said latent prints are delicate.
Yes, they are.
They can be affected by temperature,
Yes.
pressure,
Yes.
movement.
Yes.
In this case, were you given a shell casing to determine if you could find latent prints on a shell casing?
Yes.
In a general sense, are there things about a shell casing that makes it hard to find latent prints on them?
Yes.
Can you explain that for me?
Sure. Typically, the ideal surface for latent print deposits are flat, smooth surfaces that are larger. So curved, textured, smaller surfaces are not ideal for depositing latent prints.
The fact that a bullet in the shell casing is fired from a gun, does that have an impact on the ability to recover latent prints as well?
I'm sure that's one of the variables, yes.
In this case, you were given People's Exhibit 193 and asked to examine it for latent prints. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, I've handed you what's been marked and introduced into evidence as People's 193. Mr. Carlicker, were you able to find any latent prints on that item?
No.
You were also given a handgun recovered from the defendant's house and some magazines that related to that handgun as well. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to find any latent prints on that handgun?
No.
Any latent prints on the magazines?
No.
You were also given a window and window frame that was removed from the victim's house. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you able to recover any latent prints? Were there any suitable prints on that window item?
No.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Questions, Ms. Schnock?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Sir, during your analysis of all of these items, you were unable to recover any fingerprints that were able to be linked to Timothy Bliefnick, correct?
I was unable to find any suitable prints at all.
Okay. No other questions, Judge.
Any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'd ask that Mr. Carlicker be released from his subpoena.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No.
You are free to go, sir. Call your next witness.
People would call Lauren Vunovich.
Ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting, if you want to stand up for a minute and stretch, you may do that. Ma'am, if you just wait right there for just a second, all right? We're stretching.
It's fine.
All right, please be seated. Now, if you step to the front of the courtroom, please, and then raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Okay, if you'll come around here and have a seat right here in this chair. Then if you'll scoot up to the table to where you're comfortable and then bend that microphone so it's in front of you and speak towards the microphone.
Okay.
All
Yep.
right?
Sounds good.
You may inquire.
Can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Lauren Vunitich, Lauryn, last name Vunetich.
Sounds like maybe you've done this before.
A few times, yes.
Where do you work?
I'm employed by the Illinois State Police at the Springfield Forensic Science Laboratory.
What do you do for the Illinois State Police at the Forensic Science Laboratory?
I am a forensic scientist specializing in firearms, tool marks, footwear, and tire track identification.
Your Honor, in this case, the parties will stipulate to believe that Ms. Vunovich is an expert in the area of firearms examination.
All right, the court will accept that stipulation. You may proceed.
Specifically, ma'am, are you familiar with what is called the NIBIN system or the NIBIN database?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us what NIBIN is?
Yes. NIBIN stands for National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, and it's a database that we put fired cartridge cases into, such as ones that are left behind at a scene of a crime or from a test shot from a firearm. Then once those cartridge cases are into the database, they then pictures are taken of them, and a computer algorithm generates a list of cases that can be reviewed, and that's called a correlation list.
You said that shell casings, fired shell casings, photographs are taken and placed into this database. What is it about fired shell casings that are so important to an investigation?
The reasons fired shell casings are so important is that there are marks present on that fired shell casing from being fired in a firearm that we can use to determine, how many guns or how many firearms were used in a case.
And Ms. Vunovich, I'm getting a sign from the court reporter that perhaps we're both talking a little fast.
Okay.
So I'll try to slow down.
Okay.
I'll try. Ms. Vunovich, is it fair to say that every firearm leaves different marks on the shell casings that it fired?
Yes, that is true.
Just like every person has different fingerprints, every firearm will leave different evidence on every shell casing it fires.
Yes,
And every shell casing that's fired from the same gun would have those same marks.
that is correct.
And no two guns would leave the same marks on shell casings.
That is correct.
So based on the shell casings, you can tell that they were fired by the same gun, and if you have a gun, you can tell that it was fired by a particular gun.
That is correct.
It's the purpose of NIBIN then to take this fired evidence, these shell casings from either unsolved crimes or things like that, and put them in a database where they can be compared to new shell casings as they come into the system.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is fair to say.
In this case, you particularly had a piece of fired evidence from a firearm that was found in the defendant's home. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
It was a shell casing that was given to you, correct?
I wasn't given the shell casing.
I apologize. The shell casing was given to the Illinois State Police and it was entered into NIDA, is that right?
That is correct.
And then you reviewed the NIDA report to determine if there is any correlation between that shell casing and shell casings that have already been entered into NIDA.
Yes, I did that correlation review.
In this case, was the shell casing that came from the gun that was found in the defendant's home, was there any correlation in NIDA that was found?
No, there was no correlation found.
There was also a shell casing, or 8 shell casings found in the victim's home as well. I don't know if you know that, but there were. Assuming that for a second, there was a shell casing that was entered into NIDA from that as well by the Illinois State Police.
Yes,
And that shell casing that was entered from the victim's home into NIDA, that was reviewed in NIDA to determine if there was a correlation to any other unsolved crimes.
that is correct, yes.
And when that was done, there was no correlation found to any previous unsolved crime.
That is correct, no correlation was found.
And again, just so we're clear, the other shell casing was fired from the gun that was found in the defendant's home, and there was no correlation to any unsolved crimes from that shell casing as well.
That is correct.
That's all the questions I have.
Any questions, Ms. Schnell?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down, and I assume she's released from her subpoena and free to go?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our morning recess now, so you can have approximately 20 minutes, so let's be ready to go at 10:15.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Yes, sir. We're now in recess.
Okay, I just shook hands with the install guy from Fiber. It's done. It's done. I have Fiber. It's here. My speeds are smoking. My cable connection. I apologize. I've missed just a little bit. We've got a little bit of a break going on now. I thought I played the harp. There we go. The harp works. Now we're back.
All right.
First time didn't take.
Mr. Jones, and your next witness will take a little while?
Yes.
Okay, and do we only have the one witness left?
Yes, I would anticipate probably, I mean, what time are we starting?
10:15.
I felt a connection.
Probably-
I felt a connection.
11:30, 11:45 would be my guess is what time will all be done.
All right, anything else we need to bring up before we break?
Nothing for the people.
Nothing here, Your Honor.
All right, we will be in recess.
Okay, now they're in break. I think we need to do another little. I don't know. That sound just seems to speed up the breaks a little bit. Yep, it worked.
We are back on the record on 23 CF 170 People versus
I'm as giddy as
Timothy
a school kid
Bliefnick.
here. I'm just.
Mr. Bliefnick appears in person and with counsel, Ms. Casey Schnock. People appear by Assistant State's Attorneys Josh Jones and Laura Keck. And Mr. Jones, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the jury.
Hold on just 1 second. Let me see what we have as far as time left on the video. Let's see. We have 2 hours left on this video. 2 hours. Do you want to pause for a second? Let's do a quick poll here. Do we want to take a brief break for lunch and then finish? This will finish us off with Friday. We'll be done. I'm still streaming through my old connection right now. I have not switched anything over. I'm not sure if I can even get it switched over to the new connection that fast. I want to keep going, says Holly. Let's keep going. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to allow you guys to eat in the courtroom just as a one-off. Little Miss says, I need a shower. Little Miss, here's what I can tell you. If you pause the live stream right now and take a shower and come back, it will be like you never left. Although if you chat, we'll be a little bit further ahead of you. Does that work? So no break. Everyone's like at work saying, keep going, keep going. Okay, we're going to do that. I'm going to hit the play button. We're going to get the courtroom back up here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. The Sixth Circuit Court is now reconvened with Honorable Robert Catering, Judge presiding.
There are some ethical issues in this case that are surrounding it that we have not addressed. We're sort of sitting on the outside there. We may talk about those here probably tomorrow. We're going to look into it a little bit. So for those that want to discuss that, there are some issues. Not everyone's happy with the judge. Let's put it that way. Exciting times this week. It's going to be amazing. We get the bonded cellular device this week as well. So fiber and bonded cellular in the same week. I'm going to be, it's heaven. Heidi, thank you.
We are continuing
4 months.
with
That's
the
awesome.
prosecution's case in chief, and Mr. Jones, you have another witness.
I do. People would call Eric Cowick to the stand.
So we had Karlik and then somebody else, and now we have Cowlick. Good Miss Lauren Vuntik. Lots of witnesses. I think this is the last witness of the day. It's going to be about 2 hours, so probably some cross on this one as well.
If you will step to the front of the courtroom, raise your right hand and be sworn by the clerk.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in a cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Have a seat right here.
This judge does have a mandatory beard rule, which he barely is in compliance with.
Table to where you're comfortable, and bend that microphone so it's in front of you, and speak towards the microphone, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, Mr. Jones, you may inquire.
Tell me your name, please.
Eric Cowick.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a detective for the Quincy Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Quincy Police Department?
Over 7 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
Over 2 years.
Detective Cowick, were you one of the detectives that was assigned to the investigation into the homicide of Rebecca Becky?
Yes, sir.
When did you start your investigation?
February 23rd, 2023.
You were at the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, while you were at the crime scene, was a cell phone found?
Yes, sir.
A cell phone behind the door, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 216. And was this that cell phone that was behind the door that we saw in a previous picture?
Yes, sir, it was.
I'm going to try to raise the question audio and not the answer audio. Give me a minute to, this is tricky.
Detective Cowick, was there a phone extraction done on that at the behest of the Quincy Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And that was done by the Illinois State Police?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked and introduced as evidence as People's Exhibit 217. Is that a hard drive that contains that extraction?
Yes, sir, it is.
Detective Cowick, was one of your roles in the investigation to look at that extraction, to go through that extraction?
Yes, sir.
And when you went through that extraction, were you able to find data about February 23rd, 2023, specifically, but many, many other dates as well?
Yes, sir, I was.
In this case right now, I want to focus on February 23rd, 2023.
Yes, sir.
When you looked at the information on that extraction from the victim's phone, the phone that was found behind that door, were you able to determine a approximately what time the last actual activity was done before 1:11 a.m.?
Last activity was Facebook icon at approximately 12:38 or
53 a.m.
12:53. Yes, sir.
On February 23rd, 2023.
Yes, sir.
And on February 23rd, 2023, at 12:53 a.m., that phone that was found behind the door was connected to Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Was there any activity after that?
It was not.
At 1:11 a.m. and 10 seconds, was there something else that was done with that phone?
A phone number. A number was dialed.
And what number was that?
91126.
And that was at 1:11 a.m. and 10 seconds.
Yes, sir. It was.
After 1:11 and 10 a.m. and 2 seconds, was there any outgoing activity from that phone?
No, sir. It wasn't.
Was there some incoming activity?
Yes.
Messages from other people?
Yes.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
Did you go through the text messages that were on that phone?
I did.
Did you find some text messages between the victim, Becky Bliefnick, and a person by the name of Ted Johnson?
I did. Yes, sir.
Did you review all those text messages?
I did.
And reviewing those text messages, did you find any angry text messages?
No, sir.
Angry text messages.
May we approach?
I'm going to have you, that'll be sustained. I'm going to have you rephrase that question, Mr. Jones.
Did you find any text messages where either Rebecca Bliefnick or Ted Johnson used swear words at each other?
No.
Where they talked about the end of a relationship?
No, sir.
Where they discussed dissatisfaction with each other in any way?
No, sir.
On February 23rd and after that time, was one of the things that you were doing as a detective in this case looking for video footage from that area?
Yes, sir.
In that area, are there traffic cameras?
Traffic cameras? No, I don't believe in that area. No, sir.
There are no traffic cameras or at intersections in the area of the victim's home?
No, sir.
Are there any traffic cameras anywhere in Quincy, Illinois?
Yes, sir.
Do any of those even record them?
No, sir.
They're just live feed. You don't
Correct.
have the ability to record them and review them at a later date.
Correct.
No cameras in Quincy.
No cameras in Quincy like that.
Good to know.
connection
Criminals,
with your-
heads up.
Role as a detective
Cameras don't record.
in this case, did you also review some records from the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, in two areas, did you review the defendant's phone records from AT&T?
Yes, sir.
And did you review records from the defendant's laptop?
I did.
And specifically, was the defendant's laptop, was an extraction done on behalf of the Quincy Police Department by the Illinois State Police?
It was.
And that was done and included as People's Exhibit 162, is that right?
Yes, sir. It is.
And we've previously heard testimony that there are multiple exhibits on that desktop.
Yes, sir.
Or not desktop, I'm sorry, on that hard drive, is that right?
Yes, there is.
And you were able to differentiate between the exhibit that deals with the defendant's laptop, which I believe is exhibit 47, and the defendant's cell phone, which is exhibit
111.
111. Right now, we're going to talk about his laptop, which, as you said, was
47, sir.
47.
If you're having trouble with YouTube chat, a lot of people are. Try restarting. Some people are just not able to see their messages. It's really weird today. It's a YouTube thing. We're looking at the table, defense and prosecution. They sit at the same table in this courtroom, right next to each other. But the lady in blue is the defense,
I'm going to hand you what's been
and everyone
marked
this
as
side of her is also
exhibit
defense.
162-2.
Defendant is closest to us.
Let me know when you've had a chance to look through that, please.
I think the judge covered the cameras in the courtroom with both the prosecution and the defense. My upload speed on fiber
Yes,
is
sir.
already 10 times what I used to have.
Can you tell me what
And it's
those
going
are?
up.
These are search history on the defendant's laptop.
When you looked at that extraction, how many pages of data were on there conservatively?
Lots.
Thousands of pages?
Yes, sir. There's a lot.
Tens of thousands,
Yes,
tens of
sir.
thousands perhaps?
There's a lots.
And you went through those pages and you found things that you thought in your training and experience as a detective were relevant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we'd ask that People's Exhibits 162-2 as a group exhibit be introduced into evidence. Again, for the record, it is a subset of People's 162, and even more specifically, Exhibit 47 on 162.
Just remember,
Ms. Schnock, any objection?
the defendant went to the same school of Google searching as Letitia Stauk.
No.
It will be admitted as 162-2. 162's already been admitted, so people may differentiate 162-2 from the rest of that exhibit. You may proceed.
And we'd ask leave to publish that to the jury, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Here we go. We're going to try to get a good, clear image of this so you can read this. It's going to be rough. The cameras are there to deter crime, but if something happens, we can't go back and see what happened because the cameras don't film.
Apologize, Your Honor, apparently the projector turned off.
Projector turned off. We're going to turn it back on. Focus.
Well, you've got the stuff there.
The judge is like, it's your fault. Just turn it back on.
And if we go to the first slide, please.
Yeah, we're going to need to zoom in
Detective
just
Howard.
a little bit.
I want to look at what we have on the screen, and again, it's Exhibit 162. On the left side, you see a date, 2/13/23, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And next to it is a time and military time, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That was the date and time that came on the records that you received, right?
Yes, it is.
The date and time that was extracted from the computer and you reviewed.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me 2/13/23? What is 14:02? What time is that?
2:02 p.m.
In the after 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And then if we slide down to 197 at 2/14/23 at 1:10 a.m. there's a search that is done on the defendant's computer. Is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what's that search?
License plate lookup on Google search.
And we've had that blown up here. So at 2/14/23 at 1:10 a.m. the defendant's computer is used for license plate lookup. Is that right?
That's correct.
If we look down below that, there's a search that's labeled 198, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And that's also done on the 14th at 1:10 a.m.
It is.
And what was that search?
License plate lookup.
And then there's another search that's done at number 199, so that would be the third search after 197 on the 14th at 2 in 2023. And at 1:10 a.m., what was that search?
License plate lookup.
And search number 200 at 1:10 a.m. on that same date, February 14th. What is that search?
Illinois license plate lookup.
He can't say license. He says
Search
license
number
plate.
201 at 1:10 a.m. was what?
But he did spell it right.
Illinois license plate lookup.
202 at 1:10 a.m.
Illinois license plate lookup.
Search number 203 at 1:10 a.m.
License plates guide.
204 at 1:10 a.m.
License plates guide.
205 still on the 14th at 1:11 a.m.
Title and registration.
206 another search on the 14th at 1:11 a.m.
Title and registration.
207 at 1:11 a.m.
Title and registration status inquiry.
208 at 1:11 a.m. on the 14th.
Title and registration status inquiry.
209 at 1:11 a.m.
Illinois license plate lookup, staterecords.org.
210 at 1:11 a.m.
Illinois license plate lookup, staterecords.org.
211 at 1:11 a.m.
Illinois license plate lookup, staterecords.org.
2:12 at 1:11 a.m.
Illinois license plate lookup, staterecords.org.
Do the searches continue?
Yes, sir.
If we could go to the next page. And if we could have that one more. Search number 213, and I think we started at 197, is that right?
That is correct.
So search number 213 at 1:12 a.m., still on the 14th, was what?
Illinois license plate lookup, free vehicle history, vincheck.info.
What is a VIN check? What is VIN?
It's a vehicle identification number for every vehicle.
On the 14th of the 14th of 2023, at 1:12 a.m., search number 214.
Illinois license plate lookup, free vehicle history, vincheck.info.
And another search for the same thing at 2:12
112, sir?
or 1:12,
Yes, sir. Illinois license plate lookup, free vehicle history, vincheck.info.
and another check for the same thing at 1:12 again. That's search number 216. Same search.
Yes, sir.
Search number 217 at 1:12. Again, Illinois license plate lookup, Illinois plate number check. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Search number 218 at 1:12 a.m. License plate lookup, Illinois plate number check.
Yes, sir.
Then from 1:12 to 1:13 a.m. on the 14th of February 2023, we have search 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, and 224, all for free vehicle history reports and VIN check.
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir. It is.
Then on the 14th at 1:14 a.m., we have search 217 and 227 and 228, both for free VIN check reports and VIN check.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Then search
So I
230
don't think he knows how to use the back button on his browser.
at 1:14 a.m. on the 14th of February, free VIN check report and VIN check.
Yes, sir.
Search 231 and 232 at 1:15 a.m. Free vehicle history report checks and VIN check.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Then on the 14th at 1:15 a.m., search 233 Missouri license plate owner lookup, Google search.
Yes, sir.
If we could go to the next page. And if we could have that blown up, please. And on the 14th of February, 2023 at 1:15 a.m., defendant's computer is used to search Missouri license plate owner lookup.
That is correct.
And on the 14th at 1:15 a.m., we have another Google search, and what's that for, Detective?
Missouri license plate owner lookup.
And at 1:15 a.m., then we have two searches on the 14th, that's 236 and 237. Missouri license plate lookup, staterecords.org.
Yes, sir.
Then at 1:15 a.m., we have two searches, 238, 239. Free Missouri license plate lookup, free vehicle history report. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then 1 minute later at 1:16 on the 14th of February 2023, we have two searches for Missouri state records, staterecords.org.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then also at 1:16, we have two searches, 242 and 243, license plate check.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
At 1:17 a.m., we have a search for Missouri state records, staterecords.org.
Correct.
Same search, and search 245, also at 1:17.
Correct.
Searches 246 and 247. On the 14th of February at 1:17 a.m., license plate decode result.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And searches 248 and 249 at 1:18 a.m., sample vehicle history report, and then there's a number that follows, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Next slide, please. And you can have that blown up. Search 249, again, 118, that same sample vehicle history report search. Correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Then at 1:20 a.m. on the 14th of February 2023, we have 2 searches for Missouri state records.
Correct.
And the same date at 1:20 a.m. on the 25th, search 252 and 253, state records checkout.
Correct.
And 254, 255, we have staterecords.org and staterecords.org, both at 1:21 a.m.
Correct.
Searches 256 and 257 on the 14th of February at 1:21 a.m., staterecords.org.
Correct.
Then 258, 259, 260, 261, 262, 263, all on the 14th of February at 1:22, staterecords.org members area.
That is correct.
At 1:24 on February 14th, 2023, searches 264 and 265. What do we see there, Detective?
How to look up Missouri license plates and report bad drivers, YouTube.
Bad drivers.
Go to the next page.
He's going to throw this guy under the bus.
Search 266 and 267 at 1:24 a.m. What do we see there?
Free license plate lookup and report bad drivers.
It's a bad driver because he's parked in his ex-wife's or his wife's driveway at the time. Soon to be ex. Clearly, that's bad driving. Thank you, Richard.
Then at 2:14, February 14th, 2023 at 1:25, searches 268 and 269. What do we see him searching for there?
Reports for plate number 8DCJ55 in Missouri, United States.
And Your Honor, for the record, I'm now going to hold up in front of the jury what's previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 6, the license plates for Ted Johnson that were on his truck on February 14, 2023, when he was parked behind the victim's home.
You may.
And Detective, can you see what I'm holding up?
I can, yes, sir.
Can you tell me what the license plate number that I'm holding up is?
8DCJ55, Missouri.
At 1:25 on February 14, 2023, after the defendant's computer looks for that license plate number, what are the next 2 searches?
License plate lookup and report bad drivers, find by plate.
And at 1:25 on the 14th of 2023, search 272 and 273. What is he searching for?
Searching for 8DCJ55, infotracer.com.
274 at 1:25 a.m. on the 14th.
Reports for plate number 8DCJ55 in Missouri, United States.
And at 1:25, 275, what do we see?
Searching for 8DCJ55, infotracer.com.
And at 1:25 and 276, we see reports for plate number 8DCJ55 in Missouri, United States.
Correct.
277 at 1:25 a.m., what do we see from infotracer.com?
Searching for 8DCJ55.
And at 126 and 278 and 279, what do we see from infotracer.com?
Results for 8DCJ55.
And at 280,
he's very persistent.
At 1:27 a.m. on the 14th of February 2023, what do we see?
Secure and instant checkout, InfoTracer.
So he paid for the results.
And 281 at 1:27 a.m.
The same, secure and instant checkout, InfoTracer.
You go to the next slide, please. And if we got that blown up. 282 on the 14th of February 2023 at 1:28 a.m. What do we see?
Missouri license plate owner lookup, Google search.
And 283?
Missouri license plate owner lookup, Google search.
284?
Missouri license plate owner lookup.
285 at 1:28 a.m. on February 14th, 2023.
Info tracer members area.
And that's 285 at 1:28, 286, 287, 288, correct?
Correct.
All on February 14, 2023 at 1:28 a.m. Is that right?
That is correct.
Boolean operators change the search game.
289
They're
and
good.
290 at 1:28 a.m. What do we see?
Missouri license plate owner lookup free, Google search.
He
Next
didn't pay.
slide.
He wants a free one.
We got that blown up. 291 on the 14th of February 2023 at 1:28 a.m. Missouri license plate owner lookup free.
That's correct.
And then at 1:28 a.m., 292 and 293 are both info tracer, correct?
Correct, that's correct.
And then 294 through 299 on the 14th, 2023 at 1:28 a.m. info tracer members area.
Yes, sir.
300, February 14th, 2023 at 1:28 a.m. Free Missouri license plate lookup, correct?
Yes, sir.
And 301, same thing at 1:28 a.m.
That's correct.
Next slide, please. You can have that blown up. 302 at 1:28 a.m., 303 at 1:28 a.m., and 304 at 1:29 a.m., all on February 14, 2023. Free Missouri license plate lookup. Enter any plate and search.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Same thing in 305 at 1:29 a.m.,
Yes, it is.
and 306 and 307 at 1:29 a.m. What do we see?
Driving record search.
308 and 309 at 1:29 a.m. on February 14th.
Free Missouri license plate lookup info tracer.
310 and 311 at 1:30 a.m.
Driving record search.
and 312 and 313 on the 14th of February 2023 at 1:30 a.m.
Searchquery.com checkout.
Next slide. And if you have that blown up. Then from 314 to 316, the number of the activity searches. On the 14th of February 2023 at 1:31 a.m., we see three more, searchquery.com.
I think we end the
Correct,
trial
sir.
this week. I think so.
And then at 1:31 and 3:17, we see another searchquery.com.
Yes, sir.
And then from 3:18 to 3:23 on the 14th at 1:31 a.m., we see searchquery.com members area.
That is correct.
At 3:24 and 3:25 at 1:31 a.m. on February 14th, 2023, what do we see there?
How do I find the owner of a license plate in Missouri? Google search.
And can you read 3:26 for me at 1:31 a.m., same date?
How do I find the owner of a license plate in Missouri?
Then there's a gap from 1:31 to 1:36, is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you also, I think you told us, you also reviewed the defendant's cell phone, his AT&T records, is that right?
I did review that, yes.
And at 1:32 a.m., was there a phone call that was placed from the defendant's phone to a particular number?
There was.
And can we quickly go to that slide, please?
Do you have the blue screen of death, maybe? What just happened? Wait for it.
Would I be able to get some water?
Yes.
Apologize.
Please, sir, may I
Thank
have
you, Your
some
Honor.
water?
Well,
Been up here saying yes for a long time now.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may stand and stretch for a couple minutes.
Okay, I'm not going to miss this stretch time. We're going to use, that's the music. We're going to use this one.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Stretch time, everybody. Let's work those kinks out. Roll the shoulders. It's arms day. It's arms day. Don't worry about your legs today. It's just going to be arms. Oh, yeah. There we go. Yoga time for sure. I will show you that my TV has the blue glow around it, just like the glow in the courtroom.
All right, please be seated.
Oh, man. We're just getting into it. We need to talk to the judge. That is not a long enough stretch period.
You may proceed.
And for the record, we now have People's Exhibit 164 that's been previously admitted as evidence on the screen and highlighted a phone call at 2:14:23 with a UTC time of 7:32:35. You know what the UTC time is, right?
Yes, sir.
If I ask you to tell me what it is, can you do it in a succinct way?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's going to be minus 6 hours to our time zone.
So if it says 7:32 a.m., 3:35 UTC time, what time is that in Quincy?
1:32 and 35 seconds a.m.
And you see an outgoing number of 257-3666. That's the number that's placing the call, correct?
Yes, sir.
That is the defendant's cell phone.
It is correct.
And you see a number 573-526-3669. That's the called number, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did you call that number?
Yes, sir.
Who's that number go to?
The Illinois Department of Revenue.
Illinois?
Missouri Department of Revenue, I apologize.
What's the Missouri Department of Revenue do?
They handle all the vehicle registrations
And license plates?
and license plates.
In the
Yes.
state of Missouri?
Yes, sir.
You go back to 162. So where we left off was the gap between 131 and 136, where the defendant's cell phone at 132 called the Missouri Department of Revenue.
Yes, sir.
At 1:36 a.m. on the 14th of February, 327 and 328, we see vehicle ownership and owner lookup by VIN number.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And same thing at number 328.
Yes.
Then we see 329 and 330. What do we see at 136?
VIN decoding.
And below that, 331, 332.
VIN decoder results.
And 333, 334 at 136 on the 14th of February, 223.
VIN checking.
Then 335 and 336 at 1:36 a.m. on February 14, 2023. What do you see?
Results. Search results. 2021 Toyota Tundra 5TFAY5F1XMX 984278.
Okay, he just got the results. First time he's got a search that worked.
I'm going to, and for the record, I'm showing the jury People's Exhibit number 8, which is the inside VIN number from Ted Johnston's 2021 Toyota Tundra truck. And Detective, I'm going to ask you if you can read the VIN number on the bottom of that for us.
Yes, sir. 5TFAY5F1XMX 984278.
Go to the next slide. Search 337, 338, 339. Can you read those three for us, please?
License plate verification on license plate 8DCJ55 in Missouri.
And then 342.
342 is license plate verification on license plate 8DCJ55 in Missouri.
That's at 1:37 a.m. on the 14th of February, 2023.
Correct.
Search 343, 344 at 1:37 a.m.
Searchquarry.com members area.
And 345, 346 at 1:38 a.m. staterecords.org members area.
Yes, correct.
And then below that, find a vehicle owner by VIN number free, how to run a VIN check and find a car owner.
Yes, sir, correct.
347, again, we started at 197 on 2/14/23 at 1:38 a.m. abestway.net.
Correct, yes, sir.
Find vehicle owner by VIN number free, how to run a VIN check and find a car owner.
Yes.
Same thing on 348 and 349.
Yes, sir.
351, 352, 1:39 a.m. VIN check and look up, search the owner by VIN auto detective.
Yes, sir.
search 353, 354 at 1:39 a.m. Searching for a particular VIN number.
Correct.
I won't have you read it again.
Yes, sir.
At infotracer.com.
Yes.
Same thing at 354, correct?
Yes, it is.
355 and 356, how to find a vehicle owner with a VIN number for free or
Correct.
357, 358 at 1:40 a.m. on February 14, 2023. Report summary, infotracer.com.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Next slide, please. Blow that up. 359, 1:40 a.m. Secure and instant checkout, InfoTracer.
Correct.
360, 361, 362, all at 1:40 a.m. Secure and instant checkout, InfoTracer.
Yes, sir.
Next slide, please. 371 at 1:43 a.m. on the 14th of February 2023. How to find the owner of a vehicle, Quora.
Yes, sir.
Same thing at 1:43 and 372, 373 and 374.
Correct.
Next slide, please. 375, 376, 377, 378, February 14th, 2023, 1:43 a.m. How to find the owner of a vehicle, Quora.
Correct.
379 and 380, 1:43 a.m. on the same date. How do you find the owner of a vehicle, Quora?
Correct.
381, 382 on February 14th, 2023 at 1:43 a.m. How to find the owner of a vehicle, Quora.
Correct.
383 on the 14th of February 2023 at 1:44 a.m. Look up car owner by license plate Google search.
Correct.
384 at 1:44 a.m. same date. Look up car owner by license plate.
Correct.
385, 1:44 a.m. same date. Look up car owner by license plate Google search.
Correct.
386 at 1:44 a.m. Missouri DMV.
Correct.
387 at 1:44 a.m. Missouri DMV Google search.
Yes.
Next page, please. 388 at 1:44 a.m. Missouri DMV Google search.
Yes.
2/14, 2023, 1:44 a.m. Motor vehicle titling and registration, 388 and 389.
Yes.
391, 392 at 1:45 a.m. Can you find a vehicle owner by license plate, driving and vibing?
Yes.
393, 1:47 a.m. Look up car owner by license plate.
Yes.
394, on the 14th of February 2023 at 1:47 a.m. Look up car owner by license plate, Google search.
Yes.
396, 1:47 a.m. Look up car owner by license plate, Google search.
Yes.
396, 397, 1:48 a.m. on the 14th of February 2023. How do I search for automobile license plate identification in Illinois legal beagle?
Yes.
398, 399 at 1:48 a.m. How to find the owner of a license plate on YouTube?
Oh, he's on YouTube. He's finding the good stuff.
400 and 401, 1:48 a.m. Find car owner by license plate number using OSINT YouTube.
Correct.
Next slide, please. Well, I apologize. Go back one slide for me. Then stops at 1:51 a.m., starts at 9:52 a.m., 404 Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next slide, please. February 15th, 8:38 a.m., 5:50, free VIN check report and VIN check report summary.
Correct.
This guy had to have like 1,000 viruses on his computer from all these searches.
Car owner by VIN.
This is not what you want to do.
Same thing at 5:53.
Yes.
5:54 at 8:39 a.m. Car owner by VIN.
Yes.
5:57, 5:58. How do you find the owner of a vehicle? Quora.
Correct.
5:59, 5:60, 8:39 a.m. February 15, 2023. Motor vehicle record.
Yes.
Detective Coward, did you also ask that a extraction be done on the defendant?
Yes, sir.
And that extraction was done by the Illinois State Police?
Yes, sir.
It's on that same hard drive that I previously showed you?
It is.
And it is on that hard drive exhibit, I believe, 111.
Yes, sir.
Did you also look at that exhibit, that extraction report?
I did.
And did you review all of that extraction report?
I did.
It's fair to say thousands of pages.
Yes, it is.
When you downloaded it, how long did it take for it to download or open up on your computer?
Long time, over an hour, I believe.
Was there information on that cell phone that was relevant to your investigation?
Yes, there was.
She was killed on February 23rd of
Specifically,
this
were
year.
there Facebook records that were found on that cell phone?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
And 155 are not. Some of the, I'll give them to them.
Okay.
Those aren't on there.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm going to hand you, at this point, what's been marked as people's 147 through 153.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me, on the first page, before we publish any of these,
Yes, sir.
was there or were there records related to a Facebook page on that phone?
Yes, there is.
And what was the name of that Facebook page?
John Smith.
Now, when you look through those records, were you able, when you looked at John Smith, was there a photograph attached to John Smith?
No, there was not.
When you looked through those records, was there information in those records that led you to believe that you could determine who the person was who had this John Smith Facebook page?
Yes, I was.
Were there messages from John Smith to other individuals on that phone?
Yes, sir.
And were there messages from John Smith on Facebook to other individuals where he described the car that he drove?
Yes, there was.
And were there messages to other people on that phone from John Smith describing what he looks like.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this point, we would ask that those records be admitted into evidence based on the foundation that they were on the defendant's phone and what the witness has described. I can go into more, but it's also on the records itself.
Ms. Schnock, you wish to be heard?
I do.
All right, you may be heard.
Your Honor, I would not object to any of the messages from the John Smith account. I would object to the entry of any replies or any other conversations from any other individual on those messages and in those conversations.
Based on hearsay?
Yes.
Okay. You're not objecting to the foundation, correct?
Correct.
All right. So those will be admitted. If there are replies, though, to those messages, then we will take that up, Mr. Jones. Are you going to introduce some?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So what's the basis for the introduction?
Judge, I think it's probably more appropriate we talk about that outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. We will go ahead and go outside the presence of the jury, and we will need the defendant and counsel.
Ms. Jones, please rise.
All right, I'm not sure if we get to hear this or not. Jury's leaving. You have a little bit of hair in the picture. Somebody's head. Okay, so I think the judge just walked out. Is that what happened? The judge just wandered out of the courtroom with the prosecution. I think they left the jury sitting there. Okay, come back to my office. Y'all, let's do a little walkabout, and talk as we wander the halls. I've never seen the jury left like this. I guess there's obviously going to be a bailiff here. Let's keep an eye on them. You guys, that salad was delicious. I'm not trying to rub this in, but my wife makes the most delicious salads. That one was fantastic. It was no dressing. It was just like just a mixed salad. Had chopped olives, cherry tomatoes, which were the most delicious cherry tomatoes I've had all year. Just fantastic cherry tomatoes. Had big slices of avocado, which I'm a big fan of. A little bit of lettuce. It was actually probably lacking a little bit in the lettuce department, but it was so good. And then had some flavored ground beef. That's just a sprinkling on it as well. And then some ham, sliced like deli ham as well. It was good. It was a fantastic mix. There was no cheese. It was a cheeseless salad. No dressing either, but it was just wow. It was tasty. Okay, so I'm not a huge fan of cherry tomatoes myself either. The texture, it's the only food that I really struggle with on texture. It's the bite crunch. I can eat grapes just fine, but cherry tomatoes for some reason I can't do it very well. But these were really tasty. No spicy pickles on this one. I have to do all my own spicy pickles. She's not a big fan. Hey, Julie. Yes, we use the new chopper on Saturday. My wife makes many meals, and we pack them in the freezer so you can just thaw them or throw them in the oven and cook them. So we did that, and she loves the new knife. She says it saved her hours of time. And she was not joking. She was so quick. It almost cuts everything up all by itself. I did marry up. That is always true. Can we go into the judge's problems with this case now? Debbie, I need to do some more research on it. All I know is that there's some previous cases that the public's not very happy with some of his rulings on. He seems to have been light on crime in some areas where everyone thought that he should be a little more strict. There's more to it, but I'll have to do some more research. Obviously, there are a couple people here in chat that know quite a bit about the situation, more so than me. I'm just not prepared to talk about it right now. Not sure how long this delay is going to last. I think they're coming back in. I'm trying to eat fried rice, but my parrots keep stealing it off my fork before I can get it to my mouth. Parrot court, that's a parrot problem. That's what they do. What knife brand? I'm going to have to check. It's like a Japanese style knife that has it's very flat. It's like flat from the back to the front, so you can chop, and the whole blade, it's like curved on the top but flat on the bottom, and it has those little grooves along the side with a wooden handle. It's a balanced knife. I think it's an 8-inch chopping knife, but it's really good. Mrs. Arya does not have a garden. We do like fresh veggies. I'm a big fan of it. I do not like weeding. I don't like fertilizing. I don't like weeding. I'm okay with planting. I can even till, but it's the weeding that I have a problem with. Teresa, yes, this is a very fast trial. Here in Illinois, they've got a law, not here, but there in Illinois, they have a law that's called Fast T, like fast track. It gets these trials before a judge very quickly. Otherwise, they get the defendant is going to be released on bail. And they didn't want to release a suspected murderer out on bail. Might have to fast forward this part. I'm not sure how long it lasts. We should make an RA cookbook, because I love cookbooks. Cookbooks are great. It needs to have pictures, though, because I look by pictures. I don't like flip through and I'm like, oh, that sounds nice. No, it's like, show me the picture of what it's supposed to look like, and then I'll tell you if I'll eat it. New chopper. I thought you went for a Harley ride. If I went for a Harley ride, I'd be sleeping on the couch because there'd be a Harley in the driveway. I can never test drive one of those, or I know my weaknesses is what the thing is. I know where I would just give in and say to the salesperson, just shut up and take my money. Yes, please. I'll take one. Daphne Rain says, I'm homeschooling my 15-year-old son. It's amazing for us. That's awesome, Daphne. We love homeschooling here as well. CC has the blue mug. Hey, somebody, I don't know who it is. There's somebody ordered a mug, and it was a blue mug, and it did not arrive. It showed that it arrived, and it did not. You reached out to me on YouTube. I checked with the printer. They asked some more questions. I gave them all information. They're reprinting it and sending it back out to you. I do apologize. Sometimes the mailman delivers it to the wrong place and says it went to you, and it didn't. But so it's on its way. I just don't have the tracking number yet. The Brown Barn. Hey, little RA, what's up? What? There's a little bird that flew out of a nest. Okay. Let's not hold them this time, okay? All right. We've got bird nests all over around the house, and they have. Today is Fly Day. It's Leave the Nest Day, apparently. Yes, this is it, CC. Santoku knife. That's Santoku knife. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but we love it. Super sharp. Very easy to chop veggies. And fingers. But you can get a little tool that helps you with that. Kim says we both have Harleys and love riding. My wife likes to be on the back. She's not big. One time we went and rented ATVs and rode up in the Uinta Mountains. We rented ATVs way up. I think it's called like Bear River Lodge or something like that. We rented two big, were they Can-Am ATVs? They're like two up ATVs. And so we're riding around. She's like, this is fun, but I'd rather just be on one with you. So we just ditched the one and took off for the day, even though we'd paid for two. It's like we could either go back and return it, and we just rode around for a while. Eventually we returned it and just had a blast that day. But let's see. I'm impressed that the judge is out of the courtroom and everyone's so quiet. Katrina at the dentist today. They're picking on me today. Tell your dentist to knock it off and use his own mouth for tests and experiments. Lourdes Perez, all I can tell you is sometimes people regret a purchase, and if they regret a purchase that was a gifted membership, it negatively affects the person who was gifted the membership. When it starts again, you pick up right where you left off. But if you purchased it yourself, I would say time flies. So be careful. Watch on that. But you can go into the Google settings and see what your purchase history has been. It will show you the dates. Rode for years, and all of a sudden, a few years ago, I realized my mortality and wanted off. I never rode again. There's something about having the wind in your hair and just the wind at your face. Not the bugs in your teeth. That part I can skip. But when you're riding a bike in the mountains, okay, or where you have elevation changes, especially in the evening, coming down a hill into a canyon and just feeling the temperature drop 15 degrees as you go down, then back up, feel the temperature changes. It's amazing. I love it. And the corners and canyons are just, that's just fun. Gabby Gabs, sounds like you need to sit down, put your feet up, maybe some ice, a little cold pack on it, and maybe a Band-Aid, and then just watch this for the rest of the day. Jamie, I got your text. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Possibly tomorrow we'll look into that a little bit more. Honda Nighthawk 400. I rode a dual sport. I rode a Kawasaki KLR 650, which is not a comfortable bike for long rides. It's not great for touring, but. Keshet, your timing was impeccable. You asked for a roll call saying where are people from, right as the judge is coming back into the courtroom. But rode the Dragon Tail? No, I have not. Ooh, a Sturgis on a Harley. Ohio, California, Oklahoma, Michigan, Denver in the house, Sand Springs, Oklahoma. Let's see, Bristol, UK, and Cheshire, UK, northern Minnesota, Wisconsin, Connecticut, South Carolina, Ricky Watson, Texas, Georgia. There, I can make the rest of the time go much faster. I should have pushed that button earlier, right? Durham, England. Scottish Highlands, California, San Fran. Cincinnati, Pennsylvania, Southern California, Wisconsin. We've got people from all over here. Philly, Washington, Oklahoma, but living in Spain. So Spain by way of Oklahoma, I think is how that one goes, Chopper. Texas, a little Canada right there. Oh, Canada. Texas, West Virginia, Stacy. Wonderful. I almost moved to West Virginia. Almost set up a business doing Hatfield McCoy Trail System glamping in luxury yurts. But nobody would sell me their 75 acres. Virginia, Oklahoma, Nashville, Tennessee, Texas, Devon, UK. We've got Poland. Who is Poland? I'm not sure what the judge is doing now. There we are. Varies in Poland, Massachusetts, South Carolina, Vermont, Charlotte, in my own state, North Carolina, another Canada, Mississippi, South Dakota for CC, another Charlotte, or I think that was the same Charlotte. Nope, New Charlotte, Angela, sorry. Eastern Ohio. Charmaine is here. Good to have you here, Charmaine. Sometimes it's good just to lurk. Harley Davidson shop is the best place to give in. We have, next to me, we have the graveyard, Harley Davidson graveyard shop, which is, I think the logo is awesome. I've been in one time, and I barely escaped with my wallet. So I don't think I can go in again. They were so kind. They were so nice. They're like, hey, how about you just hop on one and just, see if you like how they feel. I'm like, if I hop on one, I will not hop off. I will sign the paperwork from the back of that thing and I will write it through the doors. It's not going to happen. San Cujar, is that spelled? Did I say that right, Francis? Nickel Belt, Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Westminster, Maryland, another California, Southern California, UK, Liverpool, a couple NCs in the house, Apex, good to have you, Brown Barn. Daphne Rain, awesome. Thanks for supporting my wife's channel. She's awesome. Tennessee, it's summer finally, officially summer now. We do a little summer school as well, but it's officially summer here in my neck of the woods. In San Bruno, where YouTube headquarters are, Teresa. So you can, if we have a problem with like YouTube chat or something, we can just send you down to knock on the door and say, hey, can you fix that for us? A couple of us are having some issues. Manassas, Virginia, Puerto Rico, Fort Lupton, Colorado. It's so much faster with that sound effect, Carrie. It was when it works. I don't know what's happening. Wilmington, North Carolina. I was just there yesterday. Loved watching the memorial celebration on the battleship on the USS North Carolina. Texas, Northeast Texas, Ohio. Where's this trial at? The trial is in Illinois. Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking, and I realized that was part. You were saying where it is. You are from Quincy, Illinois, and Jamie, that makes sense because your text you sent me as well with the information about the trial and connections to the trial even. So looking forward to that. Kelly G's in North Carolina. Los Angeles. Birmingham, Alabama. Cali. Saudi Daisy, Tennessee. That's a great name, Saudi Daisy. Green Bay. I think Ivan's here, but his chat is not working today. And I'm falling behind. Writing is my therapy. Sankar. Nope, I completely Sankar. San and the Q and the U was just San, not Quar, Sankar. Next time I'll try to nail it. Katrina in northern Utah. Hey, Katrina. Minnesota, Missouri. Elizabeth Pulowski, welcome. It's all like a late roll call as we wait for the judge to decide this issue. We're still deciding on the issue they're talking about is the Facebook messages from John Smith, who was the defendant, using the defendant's phone. All the messages that he sent are allowed in, but they're ruling on some of the messages that came back to him on the hearsay issue with those. So that's going to be interesting to see. Francis Watts, good to have a good new color courthouse by your name. Thank you so much for your continued support. I appreciate you. Love the picture as well. That tree looks like a fire, like a forest fire in the background. It's an amazing picture. I'll go there right now, having issues myself. Sounds like the YouTube issues will be fixed. Teresa's going to get it squared away for us. Portland, Tennessee. Costa Rica for Samantha, one of our great mods. Thank you. Philly had a wonderful Memorial Day service. I love a good service. We have a Veterans Park not far from me that has a very, very small display with a little a plaque and a display that shows the names of all the residents of the town that have died in wars. It's really cool to go visit. It's a little bronze display. My son lives in Cary. There's a park I like to go to in Cary and metal detect. I'm not sure if they like me metal detecting there though. Sweden, Washington. This is Dominique. If I just hop on a Harley here, it will be worth the Detroit Highwayman member. Not safe. Who's in Miami? Who said Miami? Fall behind. Oh, Wynn. Welcome. Florissant, Colorado. Aurora, Colorado. Hudson, Quebec. West Virginia. What's going on? Joanne, we're just waiting for the judge to rule on this sidebar, which he said we're going to listen to it outside the presence of the jury. Yeah, I've got a call coming in just 1 second. All right. Can't believe it's been a month already. So glad I found this channel. Thanks. All right. Lovely chat. I should have had the volume up for this one. Mary Kay sent a huge super chat saying vacation time for Mrs. R.A. with roses. I'll have to let her know it's vacation time. That is awesome. She's going to love it. Thank you so much, Mary Kay, for that generous donation. Samantha Terry gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you, Samantha. Amazing mod, amazing supporter of the program as well. It's awesome. Philly, Pennsylvania for Elizabeth Pulowski. We're still waiting. It's almost like we should be doing yoga. I mean, we're looking at the ceiling and the judge isn't talking. It should be yoga time. Idaho, says Dominique. I may be going to Idaho for the Brian Koberger trial. Fingers crossed. Ivan's from Wisconsin. Yes, he is. Hopefully he's here. Birdseye, Indiana, home of less than 300 people. That's a small town. That's a very small town. You probably know everybody. Birmingham, beautiful Manhattan Beach, California. Okay, I think I'm gonna skip ahead. Can I do that? Would you guys be highly offended if I skipped ahead and we missed this coughing ASMR? Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Scrolling. Oh, there we go. Holy cow, I'm glad we did. We had like another 10 minutes of... We had another 10 minutes or so of just nothing to sit there and listen to. But then it jumped back. Okay, right here. Forward. Sorry, I need to see this in detail. We want 222, 23, 24.
Sorry.
Okay, here we go. Now we've got a little more noise. People are coming back in. We fixed it. Court is resuming. Everyone, please take your seats. Judge is going to be back here. The bailiff's going to yell at us in just a second.
We are back on the record on 23 CF 170 People versus Timothy Bliefnick. Mr. Bliefnick is present along with his attorney, Ms. Casey Schnock. People are present by Assistant State's Attorney
Not being a
Josh
part of the
Jones
family
and
Red
Laura
Heart card
Keck,
suit.
and the witness
Thank
has
you,
returned
Samantha.
to the witness stand.
So
and would
amazing. You
please
guys are
bring in the jury.
awesome. And now we're back looking at the ceiling vent as the jury's coming in. Had two Harleys, sold them after a bad wreck, hit some sand in Orange Beach, Alabama. Oh man, Thomas. That sand, loose gravel, anything, that's a rough one. Big Tire's a lurker today, but you're here. That's all that matters, Big Tire.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
There's the bailiff.
This Circuit Court is now reconvened with Honorable Robert K. Judge presiding.
I'm not sure what. I know what he was trying to say. Francis Potts, thanks for gifting a membership. It looks like that one is going to go to Leslie Ann. Congratulations. Court starting again, so here we go. Any second now. Need to clean the ceiling vent. Those ceiling tiles might need to go. That air has been blowing. There's dust accumulated on the ceiling tiles around it. Here we go. Cameras.
Please proceed.
The objection has been overruled, and
we get to hear it.
Mr. Jones, you may proceed.
We get to hear the hearsay.
We could have it. We can go to the first slide from the defendant's phone. Detective Coward, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
These are one of the usernames attached to the device.
And that's part of that Cellbrite report that we heard about from the Illinois State Police, that bit for bit complete download of the defendant's phone.
Yes, sir.
And if you look, you see a user account and username. What's that username?
John Smith.
And the source of that John Smith username is Facebook Messenger. Is that right?
That is right.
If you go forward one slide, please. Under Facebook Messenger, where there are some messages between John Smith and individuals, and for the record, what we have up right now is People's Exhibit 148.
Yes, there were.
And can you see the name Bob Singleton?
Yes.
At the top, and then John Smith, and in parentheses, it says owner.
Yes.
Is that owner of the phone, owner of the Facebook Messenger account?
Owner of that user account. Yes, sir.
And the message that is more difficult than I intended to read in green is what? Can you read that?
Bob, any interest in pushing back to roughly 11 a.m. in Hannibal tomorrow?
And if we could go forward one slide, again, so we're clear, this is a message from the owner of the phone, John Smith, to the other individual on Facebook Messenger.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Next message. And these are two messages from John Smith to that other person, correct?
Correct.
What did John Smith say in the first message?
The first one, he wrote 10:45 or 11 is fine. I'll be in an orange Honda CR-V when you arrive.
What kind of vehicle did the defendant drive in February of 2023?
Orange CR-V.
And there was another message from John Smith to that person?
Yes, sir.
And what was that message?
Hey, Bob, I got down here a little early. I'll be inside having coffee. I'm in a green zip-up hooded jacket. I have long brown hair.
Again, in February and March of 2023, what kind of hair did the defendant have?
Long brown hair.
Next slide, please. There was another Facebook message between John Smith and an individual by the name of Amy Trevor Webster. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the beginning of that string starts with a Facebook marketplace post. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
And it's a Facebook marketplace post for a 26-inch boys men mongoose mountain bike.
Correct.
Ooh, they got their records.
And again, in green are the messages from the John Smith Facebook account, and
Correct.
in blue are messages from the other party.
Yes.
The message from John Smith to the other party in regard to that mountain bike is this still available? If so, I'd like to come check it out and likely purchase it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the date of that was October 12, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And the response was yes?
Correct.
Next slide, please. The response from Amy Trevor Webster to the John Smith was what time? He then says between 1 and 2.
Correct.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure if I will be, but if I'm not, I will set it out front and you can just put money in the mailbox.
Correct.
John Smith on October 13,
They're very
2022
trusting.
says,
Just put money in the
money
mailbox.
is in the mailbox. Thank you.
Correct.
In searching the defendant's residence, did you find a bicycle in the garage?
We did.
And for the record, I'm holding up People's Exhibit 81. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's a bicycle in the middle of that garage, correct?
Correct.
And for the record, I'm holding up People's Exhibit 82 that's been introduced in evidence. Is that the bike that you found?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Is that a 26-inch mongoose mountain bike?
Yes, it is, sir.
I want to be fair. You don't know that it's the same mongoose mountain bike that's being referred to in this message, do you?
I do not.
You have no proof of it.
No.
And we know that there's
Next
at least
slide.
one more bike exactly like this in the area because one of the police officers had it.
In Exhibit 153, on the John Smith Messenger account, we see some system messages to John Smith's phone about a Facebook marketplace post. Is that right?
That is correct.
And is that about a 26-inch Schwinn mountain bike?
Yes, sir.
And if you could go back one, please, and pull out that call out. At the top of that, does it have some information about the account, the source title, all those things?
Correct.
And it also has one of the participants being with John Smith, a Mike Blazer.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Can you go to the first call out, please? And a message was sent to the defendant's phone from Facebook saying that the listed title was changed to sold isn't her Schwinn mountain bike.
Yes.
And then the next one. This is also on October 11, 2022. Mike reduced the price to $75 for sold men's bike, isn't her Schwinn mountain bike.
Yes.
Based on that information, did you go to Mike Blazing's Facebook page?
I did.
And did you observe a blue mountain bike on that Facebook page?
Yes.
Thank you, Heather. Good to
People's
see that green
Exhibit
courthouse.
145 is what on the screen, People's Exhibit 145, a photograph from that Facebook page of Mike Blazing.
Yes.
Can't remember if that's been introduced or not. Has it been?
I
It
don't.
just was.
Has it
Yeah,
been? Okay. Mr. Jones, but with that, People's Exhibit 147 through 153 will be admitted over the objection of counsel that was previously made.
I apologize, Your Honor. I didn't ask for that. I should have, and I did not ask that they be admitted. So.
All right. You may proceed.
No, that's not going to be a mistrial.
In the
They took
course
care of
of your investigation, did you also find a blue Schwinn mountain bike about a half a block from the defendant's home?
Yes, sir.
154 got admitted. Don't think so.
Okay. And I'm going to approach you and hand you what's been marked People's Exhibit 154. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that the 26-inch blue Schwinn mountain bike that was recovered approximately half a block from the defendant's home
It was,
on February 27th, 2023?
correct.
Your Honor, I ask that that photograph be introduced into evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
It will be
Leslie,
admitted.
you have it. That courthouse by your name shows
Did
you
you
are a
have
member.
the chance to compare that bike in People's 154 to the prior picture from Mike Blazing's Facebook page of the bike that he had sold?
Yes, I did.
And in looking at the bike in this picture, were there some characteristics of it that you noted?
Yes, I did.
Specifically with regard to the front fork of the bicycle. Did you notice something?
I did.
What?
There was some type of scratch mark on the top section of the front forks.
And what about the kickstand of this bike in 154?
The end of the kickstand had been broken off.
And what about the top of the frame, the top of the frame that sits underneath the seat?
Slightly left to the S and Sidewinder, there's some type of mark.
And what about the wheels themselves? Are there something that's missing from the wheels?
There's no reflector on the wheels.
On either wheel?
No, sir.
And there's no front reflector?
Go ahead, Mr.
There's no front reflector or rear reflector on that bike as well?
No, there's not.
Going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 155. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that basically a comparison of the two prior pictures with the areas that we just talked about, sir?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, we'd ask that 155 be published to the jury.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No, Your Honor.
Will be admitted and may be published.
So again, on both the top part of this picture, the posting picture, and the bottom part of the picture,
We're
which is the
basically comparing
bicycle that was
bicycle
found less than
fingerprints.
half a block from the defendant's
It
home
looks
on
like it's the
February
same.
27, 2023. You see the same marks on the front fork,
Yes, sir.
and on both of these, the kickstand is damaged as you described,
Yes.
and in both of these, there's a mark or a defect on the frame.
Yes.
Both of these bikes don't have
Reflectors?
reflectors on either the front or rear wheel.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And both of these bikes do not have reflectors on the front or back of the bike. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We heard from the seller earlier today. He could not identify the buyer, but the cell phone made the connection for us, and the fingerprints match. That's the same bike.
Did you also compare this blue bike with the mongoose bike that was found in the defendant's garage on March 1st, 2023, when the search warrant was executed?
Yes, I did.
And when we talk about comparing them, did you compare them specifically for the height of the two seats?
Yes.
Let me ask it to you this way. Did you measure how high the height was on the mongoose bike that was in his garage?
Yes, I did.
And did you measure the height of the seat on the blue Schwinn bike that was found less than a half block from the defendant's home?
Yes.
And were photographs taken of these measurements?
Yes, they were.
This bike allegedly was used to transport him from his house to the defendant's or the victim's house multiple times, and was caught on camera a couple times.
Going to hand you what's been marked People's Exhibits 171 through 175.
Yes, sir.
Are those the photographs that we talked about, the photographs of that comparison process of measuring the seat height?
Yes, it is.
And do those photographs accurately show what you observed, what you saw when that was done?
Yes.
We'd ask that people's 171 through 175 be admitted to evidence and would ask leave to publish.
Any objection, Ms. Schnock?
No.
They will be admitted and you may publish.
We can go to the first slide, please.
The lady standing is one of the prosecuting attorneys.
Detective Cowan, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
That's a picture of the bike that we recovered from the defendant's garage and a measurement.
We see a tape measure that's being held up to the seat. Is that right?
That is correct.
We can go to 172. Is that a close-up of that?
Yes.
If you look on the right side of the tape measure, does it appear to be about 97.5 centimeters?
Yes.
173. Again, is that the blue bike that was recovered?
That is, yes, it is.
And you see a tape measure on that as well?
Yes, sir.
We go to 174. And if we look at the right side on that, it appears to be exactly 98 centimeters.
Correct.
And people's 175. Is that a close-up of both those showing that the two seats were within half a centimeter of each other?
Yes, it is.
We've been talking about the defendant's cell phone. I now want to talk about the defendant's cell phone and the websites that cell phone was used to visit, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to hand you what has been marked People's Exhibit 162-4. Let me give you a chance to look through those.
Does the witness have a Scottish tie on?
Tell me when you are done.
Well, it looks like a Scottish type pattern. Maybe a Campbell. No, we'll never know.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me in a general sense what People's 162-4 is?
These are websites that were visited at some point on the defendant's cell phone.
Now, I want to be clear, there are, with the one exception, there are no dates attached to those websites. So you cannot say when that cell phone was used to go to those websites.
Correct.
You don't know when it was.
No.
You do know, however, that the phone was factory reset on what date?
October 15th, 2021.
So, those callouts that we have, those pages that we have, that's not a complete list of every website that the defendant went on. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Let me rephrase, I apologize. That the defendant's cell phone was used to go to.
Correct.
To be fair, you don't know if the defendant went to those pages himself or somebody else used his phone.
Correct.
His phone was password protected, however.
It was.
The pages that we have provided, are they what you believe is relevant based on your training experience and your knowledge of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
At this point, Your Honor, and based on the court's previous ruling, we would ask that that evidence be admitted into evidence and leave to publish to the jury.
Ms. Stock.
Your Honor, I have an objection to the admission of this exhibit, and I would like to make a record of that objection.
You may be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Jones and the court. As has been previously stated, with the exception of one of these searches, there are no time or date stamps with respect to the searches that are being made. And if we do not know when these searches are made, Your Honor, we do not know if these searches are relevant, and if they are, what probative value that they have. Obviously, if these searches were made 2 years ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago, that has a different effect than if these searches were made in January or February of 2023. It also has a different effect if these searches were made in March of 2023. So in light of the fact that the people, with the exception of one of these searches, cannot tell us with any degree of certainty who made these searches or when they were made, the relevance of these searches cannot be determined. It only opens the door for speculation, and therefore would be objecting to the admission of any searches obtained from the defendant's cell phone or laptop that do not have a time and date stamp.
Mr. Jones, you wish to be heard.
Judge, thank you. Counsel's argument goes to the weight the jury should give it, not to its admissibility. I would point out the witnesses testified that the defendant's cell phone was password protected and that it was factory reset on October 15, 2021.
Ms. Schnock, you wish to be heard further.
No, Your Honor.
So it's basically, it happened after February.
Court is going to overrule the objection. It's true that
Lots
Ms.
of body
Schnock
language.
argues
Lots
that
of body
the,
language.
Depending on when the searches was made, have a lot to do with the weight of that evidence or the relevance of that evidence. However, it is not the court's job to determine the weight of the evidence. The court's job is to determine whether or not it may be admissible, which means whether or not the people have laid a foundation for that evidence. The people have laid a proper foundation for that evidence. It came from the defendant's cell phone. It was password protected. And so anything else goes to the weight, what weight the jury would give to that evidence, or whether the jury doesn't give any weight to that evidence. But it is admissible. It's the jury's job to determine the weight to be given to any piece of evidence. It's not the court's. And for that reason, the court is going to overrule the objection, and the people's exhibits 162-4 will be admitted, and they may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. On the first screen here, we have exhibit 162-4, and there is a website that was visited with a specific date of, if you could go to the next call out, please, of 10/4/22, October 4th of 2022. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that website is www.bevitchett.us improvise-silencer-PVC-silencer-2.html. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Detective, I also see numbers on here, 465, 466, 467. Those numbers should not be considered in any way to be indicative of when the search occurred.
That's correct.
So if, just because the 466 was on October 4th, 2022, no one should assume that 467 or 500 or 600 were after it.
That's correct.
And number 1 or number 2 or number 3 should not be considered before it. This is just a number of websites visited.
Yes.
We go to the next slide. Is this also one of the searches or websites that the defendant visited?
Yes.
I apologize, I misspoke. That the defendant's phone visited.
Yes.
And it is www.google.com. Search, can you identify if a shotgun shell was shot out of a specific gun?
Yes.
Next slide, please.
An improvised silencer was used with shopping bags.
Website that the defendant's phone visited, homelyville.com, how to open window from outside.
Yes.
Google search, can I force open my door with a crowbar if I locked myself out?
Yes.
Because that's what I did.
Another Google search, can I force open my door with a crowbar if I locked myself out?
Yes.
Next slide, please. Another Google search, can I force open my door with a crowbar if I locked myself out?
Yes.
I think he needs to read them accurately.
Google search,
He's assuming what
how
these
to open my door with a crowbar?
Yes.
He's got permission now. He wants to know how.
Homeemergency.wonderhowto.com, how to open almost any door with easy lockpicking trick.
Yes.
www.artoflockpicking.com, how to unlock a privacy lock.
Yes.
Next slide. The defendant's phone was used to visit a website, DIY quickly, how to use a crowbar to open a door.
Yes.
Oh, man.
And the defendant's phone was used to visit a support.whoop.com, Whoop data activities, auto detection, automatic and manual activity detection.
Correct.
His phone visited a website at ohiocrime.law.com, gunshot residue evidence, not always a smoking gun.
Correct.
His phone was used on a Google search, can you just wash off gunpowder residue?
Correct.
And
his phone visited a Quora website, can gunshot residue be washed off or wiped off?
Correct.
Next slide, please. His phone was used to visit guncleaninghq.com. Can gunshot residue be washed off?
Correct.
And a Google search on his phone, can you just wash off gunpowder residue?
Correct.
Next slide, please.
This guy,
And
it should be like turning bright red in the courtroom right now, just out of embarrassment.
Are shotgun rounds traceable? If a shotgun can be matched, how is it done? If they can't be matched, why aren't they the choice guns of criminals?
Why?
Correct.
What gun should I use? That's what he's Googling. It
And
seems
his
like he
phone was
first
used
went
to
with a
visit
shotgun.
Legalbeagle.com. Outgun registered, correct?
Correct.
In looking at the thousands of pages on the defendant's cell phone and the records that you received from Cellbrite, were you also able to look at searches that were conducted on the defendant's phone, certain things that were searched?
Yes.
And did you make a record of those as well?
I did.
Going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 162-3. Now, that's not a complete set of every search on the defendant's cell phone, fair to say?
It's fair to say. Yes, sir.
That's hundreds of pages.
Yes, it is.
These are selected ones that you felt in your training and experience and the knowledge you had of the case that would be relevant to what we're doing here today.
Yes, sir.
And once again, on those searches that were done with the defendant's cell phone, there is no date and time. You can't tell us what date or what time those searches were made.
Correct.
And you cannot tell us if the defendant made those searches himself or someone else used the cell phone.
Correct.
But the cell phone was password protected.
Yes.
And it was factory reset on in October of 2021.
Yes.
There are numbers along the left side of those searches, much like what we just saw in the previous exhibit.
Yes.
Again, no one should assume that because one number is higher than another, that indicates any type of chronological order or any chronological effect. It is simply the number that was assigned to the search by the computer.
That is correct.
Ms. Stock, you wish to renew your objection?
I do.
Okay. The objection will be overruled, and
These searches will be admitted over objection.
I'd ask that People's 162-3, I believe,
Yes.
be introduced and published.
They are admitted, you may publish them.
Man, I've been putting stuff on the screen and nobody saw anything. How long have I had this off?
The defendant's cell phone was used to search how to open my door with a crowbar.
Correct.
I think that was up. You guys have had great comments, and I haven't.
Can I force open my door with a crowbar if I lock myself out?
Correct.
Can I force open my door with a crowbar if I locked myself out?
Yes.
Those are two separate searches, correct?
Yes.
Next slide. Phone was used to search how many cops in Quincy, Illinois?
Yes.
Next slide.
Oh my goodness.
Phone was used to search how to make a homemade pistol silencer.
That is correct.
Phone was used to search average Quincy Police Department response time.
That's correct.
Phone was used to search again, average Quincy Police Department response time.
That's correct.
Again, a separate search for that.
Yes.
How can I check if a gun is registered to me?
That's correct.
Can you just wash off gunpowder residue?
That's correct.
Oh, he's digging a big hole.
Defendant's phone was used to search, does my whoop catch up when I'm not wearing it?
That's correct.
Yeah, it just gets data from when it didn't actually touch you.
Separate search, does my whoop catch up when I'm not wearing it?
That's correct.
And another search, does my whoop record while I'm not wearing it?
That's correct.
So he knew it didn't record.
Defendant's phone was used to search, does my whoop record the exact times I wear it?
That's correct.
Defendant's phone was searched, was used to search, can you find out what guns are registered to your name?
Yes, sir.
And it was used to search how to clean gunpowder off your hands.
Yes.
I'd be objecting every time he reads one of these
And it
wrong.
was used to search, can you identify if a shotgun shell was shot out of a specific gun?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if I could have just one moment.
You may.
See if they might be done with him. This is, I believe, the last witness of the day. We're very close to being completed here.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Detective Cowick. That's all the questions I have.
We'll have to bring up the correct counter.
Cross, Ms. Schnock.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Detective, I want to start by talking about these searches and the devices generally, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So as far as the searches on the laptop are concerned,
Yes, ma'am.
the only thing that shows is that those searches were made from that particular device, correct?
Correct.
It does not mean that Tim was the one that did those searches, correct?
Correct.
And that information does not show you or tell you who had possession of that laptop the time those searches were made, correct?
Correct.
And it does not give you the location of that device at the time the search was made, correct?
I'd have to look. It's possible that IP address is attached to those searches.
Okay.
So it's possible that it would show where it's located.
Okay, in this case, were you able to find a location of the device at the time the searches were made?
I do not know.
Okay. If you knew, would you tell us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Of course.
Thank you. And with respect, and I apologize if I already asked you this, it doesn't tell you who made the search. It's just the search was made from that device.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with respect to the cell phone, the searches on the cell phone do not tell you that Tim did those searches, correct?
Correct.
And they do not tell you who had possession of that device the time those searches were made, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you do not have any information of the location of the phone the time those searches were made, correct?
Correct.
And you don't know who initiated those searches, correct?
That's correct.
Simply that those searches were done on that device, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, as far as those searches are concerned, with the exception of one visit to one website, there are no times and dates associated with any of these searches, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you previously testified with respect to the websites that were visited. Let's talk about those. Were there any parameters that were used to search for these results?
No, ma'am.
All right, so is this comprehensive? It's not the total amount of searches, correct? Right here.
I don't know. I guess I don't know your question.
Okay, so there are numbers on the left-hand side of this exhibit, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you previously
She's gonna pass the
testified
survey.
that the searches before a specific search and after a specific search aren't necessarily relevant to what you have previously testified to, correct?
I'm sorry. I'm still not understanding the question. I apologize.
May I approach, Your Honor?
I keep-
Thank you.
Trying
I'm
to make
stuck
sure
on
I
your
answer it
correct.
correctly.
So I'm referencing People's Exhibit 162-4.
Okay.
Okay, and so we have 3 different searches on this page, correct?
Yes, we do.
All right, and there was one search of relevance as to 10-422,
That is correct.
And that's the search right here in the middle, correct?
That is correct.
And the search before that.
She's the winner.
Do you have a time or date for that search?
Negative.
And the search after that, do you have a time or date for that search?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay, so as far as People's 162-4 is concerned, the first and third search have nothing to do with the second search, correct?
Judge, I apologize for objecting here, and it's not a strong objection, but 162-4 is websites visited, not searches.
Sorry.
I just want to be.
Websites.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so these searches have nothing to do with one another, correct?
Correct. Yes,
And you
ma'am.
cannot tell, based on this exhibit, what order they were searched in.
That is correct. That is correct.
And so you can't tell us if they have anything to do with one another or not.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Wow. Are we going to hit 20 or is she done?
Sorry. Now, with respect to the cell phone search history. Again, were any parameters put into any specific program to generate a report or a search?
No, ma'am.
All right. And so there wasn't any, you didn't put in anything like search for specific terms or specific words?
There were, yes.
Okay.
Word search, yes.
So there was a word search?
Yes.
Okay. And did you determine what words were used to put into that search?
There were several different, I wouldn't remember, but I mean, we would use several words that we would think that were relevant to the case.
Okay, and so that was a judgment call made by you and other detectives
Yes,
in this
ma'am.
matter, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And these cell phone records, none of them have a time or date stamp, correct? With respect
In respect to this, what you're
to the cell
mentioning,
phone search history.
in respect to these exhibits, no, they do not.
All right, so you cannot tell us when any of these searches were made, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot tell us if they were, so you definitely can't tell us if these searches were made before or after Becky was murdered, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot tell us in what order these searches were made, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot tell us, and you can't tell us if they have any relevance to one another, correct?
Correct.
And you cannot give us any context to these searches, correct?
What do you mean by that, ma'am?
Well, you don't know why these searches were made.
Correct.
And you don't know who did these searches, correct?
Correct.
Simply that these were searches that were pulled off of a device that you found during the course of your investigation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you don't know if there are any other individuals that have access to this cell phone and its passcode, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that if there were other individuals that had access and had the passcode, they could be just as likely to make these searches as anybody else?
Yes.
Okay. And the same with the laptop. If somebody had access to the laptop, they could make a search just as easily as anybody else that had access to that laptop, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
As far as the bicycle is concerned, you testified to some system messages in People's Exhibit 153. Do you have that in front of you, Detective?
If you give me just a second, ma'am. I have a lot of exhibits here.
I can appreciate that.
Which one are you referring to, ma'am?
153.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, these are simply system messages from the Facebook Marketplace, correct?
That's what they say, yes, ma'am.
That's what they say they are. So this does not mean to show that the John Smith profile purchased this specific bike, correct?
Correct.
It was just a message to the John Smith profile that that bike had been sold, correct?
That's correct.
But these messages do not show that the John Smith profile purchased that Schwinn mountain bike, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And as far as these messages are concerned, you don't have any information to suggest that the bike was actually picked up and paid for as they say they have been?
Yes, we do. Wait, what was your question? If it was purchased?
Yes.
It was.
But you don't know by who?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the bike is concerned, the blue bike that was seized around 18th Street behind that garage, in at least one of the pictures that was shown in the People's Exhibit, that blue bike had the bike handlebars off of it, correct? And I would.
Yes, I'm looking at 154?
Yes.
154, yes, ma'am.
And the bike was found with handlebars on it, correct?
That is correct.
And those bike handlebars were removed prior to that picture being taken, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And were those handlebars removed for the purpose of having them sent to a crime lab for DNA and fingerprint testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they sent off for any other testing other than DNA and fingerprint?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know if it was ever tested for gunshot residue?
I do not know.
Okay. And to be fair, you don't know that the bike that you found on 18th Street is the same bike that was referenced in any of these Facebook Messenger messages?
I believe it is the same bike.
You believe it is, but you don't know that it is, correct?
I think the comparison shows that it is, yes.
Do you know? It has similarities.
Yes, similarities.
Okay, so did you see that bike on Marketplace before before you found it on 18th Street?
Did I see
When
this?
was the first time you saw that bike?
The bike in reference when we located it on 18th Street?
All right, and you don't know where
Yes.
that bike came from, correct? You don't know how it got there?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And you don't know where, I'll strike that. Finally, with Becky's phone, you reported the last activity on her phone would have been at 12:53 a.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Besides the phone call, yes.
Okay. And do you know what the nature of that activity was?
Facebook. I don't know exactly what the nature was, but it was Facebook.
All right, and you did not find any conversations between Becky and anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you also referenced that you saw some text messages between Becky and Ted Johnson the evening of the 22nd, correct?
Yes.
And do you know what time those messages were sent?
I'd have to reflect I would have to look at those. I don't remember exactly.
Were they
the time.
before midnight?
Again, I would have to look, ma'am.
Did you review any text messages between Becky and anybody else after she texted Ted Johnson?
I'm sure I did, but I don't remember exactly what those were.
Do you know if she had any conversations with anybody after Ted Johnson on the evening of the 22nd?
I do not remember.
No other questions, Judge?
41.
Couple questions. The defendant's cell phone that we've talked about, that was seized from him on what date?
The first, March 1st.
Of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And when that phone was seized, was it put in airplane mode so it would not be, nothing could be changed on it at that point?
That is correct.
And again, it was factory reset on October 15, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay, that was me keeping track of the corrects, using my correct counter. We used it for a sure camera this morning, got 14
All right, you may step down. If you
from
could
the
hand
medical
those
examiner.
exhibits to the bailiff.
Yes, Your Honor.
And she went and reversed it on us and got 41 corrects in one cross-examination. It seemed like we got them all in about 3 minutes. There was a lot of corrects in there.
And
She is good at what she
Mr.
does.
Jones,
I'll give her
That's
that.
all we have for today, correct?
That is all we
Yes,
have.
Judge, our
for
other
today.
lab individuals were required to testify in other locations today, so we could not get them until Tuesday.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are going to be released for the weekend.
So this was the end of Friday.
Monday's a holiday,
That was yesterday.
so enjoy your long weekend. I will need you back in the jury room on Tuesday. If you could be there by like 10 till 9, so you're all gathered and ready, so we can start at 9 o'clock. And then I would hear, a lot of people are gonna want to talk to you about this case, but please refrain from doing that. And I would admonish you again, you should not do any independent investigation or research on any subject or person relating to the case. What you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence. This includes any press, radio, or television programs, and it also includes any information available on the internet. Such programs, reports, and information are not evidence, and your verdict must not be influenced in any way by such materials. For example, you must not use the internet, including Google, Wikipedia, or any other source that you might otherwise use to search for any information about the case or the
Google
law which
and
applies
Wikipedia.
to the case or
Those are the two
people
we went to.
involved in the
See
case,
Google.
including the defendant, witnesses, lawyers, and judge. During the course of the trial, while you were on your own, do not communicate with, provide information personally, in writing or electronically to anyone about this case, not even your own families or friends, court personnel, and also not even among yourselves until instructed otherwise. You must not provide any information about the case to anyone by any means at all, and this includes posting information about the case or your thoughts about it on any device or internet site, including blogs, chat rooms, or any social networking websites such as Twitter, Facebook, or any other means. You cannot use
So they can't use their
any
phones either,
electronic
basically.
devices or services to communicate about this case, including cell phones, smartphones, laptops, the internet, and any other tools of technology. The use of such devices or services in connection with your duties is prohibited. And having said that, have a good long weekend, and I thank you for your attention to this case and for you all being prompt so far, and we will
So far.
see you next week.
He's not holding his
You
breath.
are excused.
Okay. We're going to switch as the elephants stampede out of the courtroom. They're going to leave. Here's the deal. We're not going to be showing any more of this case today because we're now caught up to today's live stream, and the judge does not allow us to live stream from today. So we need to wait for the video to become available. It probably will drop tonight or tomorrow morning. So now we're all out of video. So we might have a couple things to talk about tomorrow morning as we wait for video to become available. Hopefully it comes available quickly. We've got better sources now with a couple different channels that are giving us a good clean feed. So that'll be great. Let's see if they have any more business here.
All right, council, Tuesday, 8:30.
We'll be here.
All right, so will I.
We'll be
God
here.
willing.
Yeah.
Don't jinx us, Judge.
Okay, so tomorrow morning we're going to start again at 9 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Right now it's 2 o'clock or 1400 hours if you want to do the
I've been a
military
forensic
time.
pathologist since 19.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So we're going to start again tomorrow with more of this. Let's see. Thanks for all we do. Back and forth today. Heading back to Brandy. Got to share the love, says Sherry. Brandy's got some great stuff here following that football trial. Yeah, I think it's getting close to wrapping up as well. We're not going to keep going today. We need to wait for, follow the judge's orders. We can't live stream the same day the video comes out, but the same day they filmed the video. Dude should get better at keeping track of his devices and transportation means. Yeah, for all the effort he put into this, using someone else's bike, he should have used somebody else's phone. He should have used somebody else's crowbar. But evidence is starting to stack up. It looks a little bit more than circumstantial now. There's some issues they're going to have some difficulty explaining away on defense that the jury's already seen. Let's see. I think we're good. The defense will rest without calling a single witness and use the argument the police didn't do their job. We've seen that before, and it has not worked very well. I'm not sure if this will work either. Wait till we hear the. I don't think we've heard the firearms tool marks, and I realize that's a sensitive button that some people say it's baloney. Other people say it's God's own truth. But I think that's going to be pretty compelling if you believe that. Can we have an evidence recap? What puts him at the scene? His crowbar, the bike he bought on Facebook that keeps traveling to the scene every time he's keeping an eye on his wife. The fact that he travels to the scene when the wife's boyfriend is there, gets the VIN number and the license plate number from the car, rides back home, and as long as it takes for him to get back home, he and then jumps on his computer, immediately searches for the VIN number and the license plate number. The fact that every time he goes to that house, he takes off his Whoop device that's tracking his movement, and that's the only time he ever takes it off is when he goes to the house, and so it correlates perfectly with all the times that the mysterious intruder or the is caught on a bike that matches the bike he has with no reflectors. It's just lots of coincidences. All his searches on his computer, on his phone, the fact that his wife had a gun, that CZ 9mm that he was supposed to return, but had never returned. He had an order he was supposed to return it. He never did. It went missing. He's got the holster in his room, but nothing else. He's got the shell casings that match that gun, that have been fired through that gun that he's saved from being at the range. And they also match the shell casings that were found on the floor in the room where his wife was shot 14 times. There's a few things that are starting to line up that are starting to look bad for him. I think we're going to get some fingerprint evidence. I've missed some of that today because I had the fiber guys installing, which is great. But so there's a little bit that's building up. And granted, when I put it together like that, it all sounds circumstantial. There's quite a bit of circumstantial. But at some point, you can start saying, as the law says, it makes no distinction between circumstantial and direct evidence. So we'll see how this goes. Those that are asking about my fiber, I'm already getting about 10 times the upload speed. And the fiber, I guess they have to warm up the lines, not technically warm them up, but they don't go up to full speed immediately. So in the next 24 hours, it will ramp up to its full speed of 2 gigabit. So right now I'm only getting about 400 megabits per second, symmetrical up and down, which is more than 10 times the upload speed that I had before, which is what matters to you guys. The upload speed is what makes it not buffer. So that'll be good. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be on the fiber network for sure. Let's see. Sheila Phillips Moran, welcome to the gallery with a blue courthouse. Good to have that new updated courthouse color by your name. Thank you for your continued support. Thanks for all those who gifted memberships today or joined themselves or renewed their membership. You guys are amazing. We had some amazing super chats as well. One of them is going to pay for Mrs. R.A. to get some time off, well-deserved time off, I might add. Jeff, you're welcome. Glad I could help out. Down the road from you, Surf City, North Carolina. Wonderful. I need to head down there and do some metal detecting. This is a slam dunk case like Letitia's. There's a lot of evidence here that's going to be hard to explain. Kevin has his anniversary message. 3 months, says, you're doing a great job distilling the info for us. Thank you. You're welcome, Kevin. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. Would not be the same without you. Thanks for the coverage. Be kind. Thank you for being here as well. Daphne says, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Daphne, thank you. Appreciate it. You're amazing. Just noticed I'm turquoise now instead of green. Parrot Court. Yes, you're updated. Looks good. All right. Mods are incredible. Thank you, DSN, for bringing that up. You guys are absolutely amazing. They work their tail ends off and are wonderful and help make this place a fun place for everyone to be. And I sure appreciate them. It makes my job possible. I tell you, I could not do this without them. They're amazing. Thank you very much. We're going to call it a day today, unless there's going to be some weird police chase tonight, which I'm not planning on. We're going to go ahead and go live again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern time. In the meantime, please, when you go home tonight, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, and make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, where we're going to continue this case. Hopefully have more footage. We might go into the background of why people are saying maybe this judge isn't the right judge for this case. Maybe this judge isn't the right judge for any case. So there's some controversy in the works. We might go into that just a little bit. I'll dig into that tonight and see if we want to cover that or not, or how deep we should go into it, I guess we should say, since I've already brought it up. But other than that, thank you. Our mods are the best. My favorite channel for streaming these trials. Thank you, RA. Beverly, thank you. Appreciate you. Boggles my mind the people that choose murder when it boggles my mind the people that choose murder when someone wants to leave them. A lifetime in jail is not worth it, Sherry. Sherry, the math does not add up for me either. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how you get to that point. I think my little RA wants me to head to the post office with him, so we'll do that. Make sure you check your system, and that's not slowing down your internet intentionally. On Windows, it does that. There's a limit where you have to go into the command prompt. My system shows me that the connection speed is 2 gig up and 2 gig down when I check it directly on the device from the wall. But actually getting to my phone wirelessly, not as hot yet. So we'll get there. I'll try some wired connections and see how that works out. You guys have a great night. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good one.